Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to the finale, the last part of Ace Attorney. It's been a very long road. We've been doing this series for, I think, almost over 2 years now. But today we are going to finish off the last little bit of Great Ace Attorney and finally bring this series to a close. So, last time we had the actual finale of Chapter 5 of Great Ace Attorney 2. So we finished the game technically, but there is a couple of extra little episodes, escapades as this game calls them, that were included, from what I understand, included in the original, the first game as, I think they were free DLC, sort of. And so they poured them here. There's apparently a couple missing, but those ones were actually part of the pre-order bonus for the original game, and in Japan apparently there's a law where you can't, like, distribute content that was previously paid as free later on. So they couldn't include them in this collection, which is kind of funny, but that makes a perfect sense. So there's a couple missing, but we're going to play the ones that were actually translated. As far as I could tell, there was no fan translation for the ones that are missing from this collection. I feel like any desire to do fanlations for the 3DS titles has probably gone out the window ever since this collection came out. So we've got 8 of these episodes here today that we're going to go through. I don't think these are terribly long. I'm assuming they're probably similar length to the ones that were in the crossover game, which I didn't end up streaming because I didn't really have access to them on the my Stream 3DS anyways. So I don't think this is going to take a long time. So there's a good chance that we'll be able to get through these, get through the tier list, and then also start a brand new game today. So I want to say the chance is like 80%, most likely. You're excited to have zero context for everything being ranked? Well, you were here for most of the streams. I know you weren't here for the last couple of Great Ace Attorney streams, but you were here for like pretty consistently. I think you'd have context. Now, mind you, some of those streams were like 2 years ago, to be fair. So that's understandable if, you know, that don't remember things from back then. But I would say that I don't think that's entirely true. But we'll see how it goes. I have everything all planned out. I've been taking notes, so that's my excuse. I'm in a different position than everyone else. So I think all of these take place before Game 2, because like I said, they were part of the first game. I might be wrong. Some of these could be part of Game 2 as well. But yeah, as you can see, there's going to be spoilers for Episode 1. I probably should have gone through these as we were going through each case. I think that would have made a lot more sense, but I didn't think of that at the time. So we're just going to plow through them all today instead. This is like right after the end of the first case, I guess. I don't remember this guy, so you want? All right, fine, Jack. You win. This wasn't even like 2 years ago. This was like 3 months ago, if that.
Let's look at my priceless treasure now. Myself, I've been scrubbed and scrubbed, but the repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from its resplendent surface again. Would you have it back in your possession, at least? You should be grateful, old man. How dare you?
Excuse me, but I'd just like to get at that Zabuton cushion there if I could.
Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor. This is not over. Incarceration awaits those who would defraud a senior citizen for his priceless treasures. Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't.
Sorry, Sergeant, but could I just get at that Zabuton cushion there as well?
Oh. Well, I won't go to jail. Never. Imagine if I did. Very next day, my boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him. Using that child to protect yourself? Myself, I call that absolute cowardice. Oh, really? And just who employed the old, poor, defenseless senior citizen tactic, The only way to fight an enemy who's been using underhanded tactics is with tit-for-tat strategy.
Sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get at that Western-style cushion there on the sofa.
Enough of this insubordination! What do you want, man?
Oh, please, don't mind me.
Aha! Do my eyes deceive me, or is this the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before?
Wide-eyed perhaps, but criminal, no.
What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangements of others, hmm? Why were you buried under the cushion of this upholstered seat?
Oh, well, the thing is... What are we looking for? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma.
You really are a liability, Ryunosuke. Report! At once! Have you lost something? Is that it?
Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when...
I realized that my university pin badge was missing. A university pin badge, you say?
Yes, from my collar here, you see?
Affirmative. Uniforms must be kept in prime condition at all times. A missing badge is unacceptable.
I thought if I looked around, it would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Koban coin in the stake.
A parable of which I am acutely aware.
But I've exhausted my search now, really. Well, the only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it.
Don't look at me! I don't just find any old metal objects irresistible, you know? Imagine what would happen if my little trooper idol hero swallowed something like that.
I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Ryunosuke. Still, if you tell the office your student number, they should be able to issue you with a new one. What's the matter? Don't tell me. Yes, I don't remember my student number. Don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you've lost your badge, isn't it? The third, actually. If you didn't think you could remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you that until I was blue in the face the last time this happened. Ah, yeah, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, wasn't it? You can't even remember who told you that you needed to remember it? Well, student numbers are 6 digits, Kazuma. Who can remember 6 whole digits? Yumei isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All of our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. That might help? Ryunosuke, it's only 3 digits you needed to remember. Just 3. Sorry my brain is such a disappointment. Man, it's a good thing he wasn't born like 100 years later. Imagine having to memorize a 10-digit number.
Yes, well, anyway, young man. Myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today.
Oh, you mean me?
A lawyer already before you've even graduated, and such a loyal friend to this one.
This one? What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here.
Indeed?
What, by me? Well, this is the first I've heard of it. Yes, by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer, at the speech contest. The speech contest? Oh, that. Contestants had to take the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. And yours was great. It made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you. Yes, so you did. Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, wide-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. He's going to be a pushover. That's your version of not being rude, is it? It's not rude if you don't say it out loud. Well, I paid for my complacency, because it brought on that humiliating defeat.
Defeat? How are your ranks compromised?
He just hears the D word once and then, like, immediately buds in. My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line...
Yes? What happened at the very last line?
It was supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up.
Never? You mean you stumbled on your words?
Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it.
Well, what on earth did you say, man?
Yunosuke, you'd better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course. I can still recall it perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech, was this. Oh, so you remember this, all of these words, but you can't remember 3 numbers. Okay. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight in the fight for filial piety. Filio? Filio? Filio.
And what went wrong?
What indeed? Myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. Well, in that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself.
Very well, then, I shall. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight for the plight for filial. It's impossible!
The arise, ladies and gentlemen part I delivered perfectly. But the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. But by the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blabbering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise, they were shouting.
Hell on earth!
But then, of course, this man went to deliver his word-perfect speech with a perfect ending. How did it go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect. Something like that? I mean, talk about stating the obvious. But the fact is, I lost to that speech. Yunosuke won by doing absolutely nothing.
Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it.
Well, it is quite tricky to say, I agree. That final flight for filial piety is especially. And ever since that day, I've had this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? Oh, the irony in that typo. I mean, it should never have been called... Well, at least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up much there. I swear I didn't skip that line. It, like, skipped itself. Well, anyway. Having lost that accursed contest, I came after you to ask you a question. How is it that you never trip up on your words? I inquired. He picks easier words to say, clearly. Ajusa gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really? What kind of hobby is that? Do you think you could take your hand off of your sword? And besides, it's just a way to pass the time. After that, you started talking to me at 10 to the dozen, like you were possessed almost. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right, I really can't.
Speaking fast is just the sort of hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on.
Well, you have to practice, of course, but there are some simple things to start with. Like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai sword swipes silently sideways.
Ah yes, even a decrepit tongue in an alien frame such as mine can find its way around that one.
I've no doubt. It's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine anybody would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuma? Swift samurai sword... Ugh! A blabbering mess by word 2.
It's not just a samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Aido the finer points of swordplay. None of this wordplay nonsense, Private.
Now, come to think of it, not long after that, we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? And we got into that debate about family values at the Sukiyaki place on campus. Do you remember? Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well. Oh, was it? In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. And as a symbol of how seriously I took that oath, I decided to wear this. My red Hachimaki headband. Sorry, Kazuma. Yes? You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it will always remind me of that smug look on your face as you uttered those tantalizing words. What words? You mean another tongue twister? I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end I mastered it. Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this, actually. And listen carefully now. Here goes. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There, word perfect, see? No one was paying attention. I'd actually been meaning to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean. Well, now you know. So that I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail. Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but well, it can't be more than the shock you've just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it. Huh? Which is as famous as Swift Samurai Sword, so I can't believe you don't know that, really. It goes, red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Wait, what? Red, ugh! You had it wrong this entire time. It seems I've knocked some wind out of that headband of yours.
It's not too late, Private. You can always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead.
Your youthful vigor is manifest, young man. Your cheeks are glowing redder than your Hachimaki. Why so many words have to be so similar?
So, looking forward to Great Britain then? Where you'll have to deliver speeches in court in English. Hey, at least English has fewer words that are similar to each other. I suppose I can always shell seashells on this seashore. Nah, gotta work on that one too. See, I feel like you have to try harder in English to come up with tongue twisters like that. Meanwhile, you can have like entire sentences that use like one syllabic sound in Japanese. Alright, so this one's also still just after the first episode. See, I feel like if these were unlocked, I don't know, maybe they were. If they were like unlocked in sequence, but I don't know if they were even locked in the first place, you could have just read all of these, but maybe they were locked. I didn't remember seeing any notifications about them though. If there were, I probably would have bothered to like read them as we unlock them then. It's almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quickly time has gone. So this is before Case 2, probably not too long before Case 2, but shortly after we left after Case 1. So, our next port of call will be in Shanghai. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour? A detective! A detective? Who? A great detective. I don't get it. What's a great detective? If you would just be so kind as to open the door. Oh, yes, sorry. Of course. Uh-oh. Is he gonna find the body? Oh, he can't find the body because the body's talking to him currently. The body doesn't exist yet. Hopefully he doesn't find the other body. Is something wrong, detective? Are you investigating a case? Wherever a great detective goes, great cases occur. Indeed, I am the root of all evil. Sorry? Then I don't think I want you in my cabin. Under our very noses on this steamship, a terrible theft has just occurred. What?
You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago? Oh, yes. The power couldn't have been out for more than 10 minutes, though. Indeed. Yet that was ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated. I see. Well, clearly it's a case that needs investigating. Precisely. The culprit ran away in this direction, down the first-class cabin passageway here. Really? The thief came this way? I'm quite sure of it. It may have escaped the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not of the great detective. To that end, I would be obliged if you would allow me to investigate here in this cabin. Well... How curious. Is there some reason why it would be would inconvenience you to have your cabin searched? Inconvenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all, there's a stowaway in that wardrobe right over there. Oh shit. He saw that glance, I was gonna open the door. It's just me in here, you see, no one else. And so you might perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins. As it happens, you are the only first-class passenger at present. Oh, the other cabins are vacant. Oh.
No, don't wake up!
Did that rather tragic rumbling of the stomach arise from within you, my good fellow? Of course. As I said, I'm the only person in here. It's not long until dinner time now, so perhaps we could do this afterwards? I do apologize, sir, but it is of the first importance that the investigation is not delayed. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, where'd he go? He suddenly moved all the way over there. Yes, without a doubt. If the culprit were to be hiding in this cabin, it would have to be inside this wardrobe. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection? I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to decline. Really, you won't find any... Nice. Did those two rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self? Of course they did. As I said, I'm the only person in here. You have a curious knack of talking while sneezing then. Twice no less. This is going to be a tough one to argue. I was watching you quite intently, sir, and I assure you I saw no signs of a sneeze. Couldn't Nosuke have held his nose? As I was saying, I shall need to examine this wardrobe. We've had it now then. The game's up.
The game was afoot, and now it's not. Well, what'd you find in there?
Nobody hiding in there, it seems. What? You seem surprised. No, not at all. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I shut the doors on him myself. More visitors? Who's this now?
We just having a party in Kazuma's room now?
Excusing me.
Oh, Seaman Stroganoff.
Sorry for disturbing, but crime has been committed on board ship.
Yes, I heard. A terrible theft, apparently.
How do you know this?
Well, the detective here just informed me, you see.
Detective?
Yes, I assume you must have asked him to investigate. Detective, could you... Where'd he go?
I must ask you to cooperate with investigation into this crime. Fully.
Uh-oh, he's glaring at the wardrobe already.
Well, as we just saw, there's no one in there, right? So, it's fine.
Well done, you found me. What are you doing hiding in my wardrobe? My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealment in such a place. Oh yeah, what do you think of it? And I would say that, at a push, a human could survive for up to 5 minutes in that cramped space. Nosuke's been in there for a fortnight. Seem not human?
Who are you?
Shh. This is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. You mean to say... Yes, there can be no doubt that the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe.
What?
But that's impossible. He couldn't have done. Because my best friend was in there the entire time. Or at least I thought he was.
How can you be sure of this?
Elementary, my dear fellow. The criminal left behind the most revealing evidence. How else could you explain these 3 bones? What the... He's right. Look at those gnawed bones in there. And 3 of them.
The criminal has escaped this time, but I will find him and crush him.
Could I ask you something, detective? Why, yes, of course. I'm always delighted to answer an inquiring mind. In this terrible theft, what exactly was stolen? Ah, what else? But some steaks on the rib bone. Huh? Did you say steaks on the rib bone?
For this evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks were stolen from Sheep's kitchen only short time ago. There was malfunction with generator and Sheep was without lights for 10 minutes. Chef who saw criminal said that he ran away down first-class passageway. And now I am on his tail.
I'm afraid to say, dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin.
But how?
Through the cabin door, no less. Having devoured his haul in the wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones and concealed himself behind the cabin door as you came inside. Well then, when that attention was turned to the wardrobe, he seized his chance to escape through the open door.
But how did Kazuma not see him? What?
Make haste, my good man. After the culprit, I shall follow you presently. Something troubles you, sir?
I think maybe criminal is not running away at all.
What are you suggesting?
Now I know where the dog is buried, Mr. Asoki.
Me?
Ah, when I think that you are culprit, everything is falling in places. The criminal that disappeared in first-class passageway, the bones in the wardrobe, all clues are pointing their fingers at you.
Don't be ridiculous. I would never... Yes, of course. I established at once that you couldn't be the perpetrator of this crime. You did.
Why? How are you so sure?
My dear fellow, there are but 2 things in this world on which one can rely with total certainty.
What 2 things?
Well, the first is at the word of a great detective, and the second... Uh-oh. The second is the tragic rumbling of an empty belly.
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah, he's hungry, right? Yeah, totally. It was definitely not him.
Not again. When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a belly rumbling so odiously tragic that it confirmed beyond all doubt that the man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time, let alone 3.
I like that they're using like a ship creaking sound for the belly rumblings. It took me a bit to really catch on like that's what those groans were supposed to be, because they don't sound like a rumbling tummy at all. I'm pretty sure the game has a rumbling stomach sound effect in its sound bank. So it's not that they didn't have one to use. They just chose not to use it.
Why do I have to suffer this humiliation when I've done nothing wrong?
Curses! I will catch this thief! He cannot have gone far!
Indeed, assuming he decided against a post-meal constitutional swim. Well, if you'll excuse me now, my apologies for upsetting your evening. Detective, one moment, please. Yes? Well, that was a most remarkable deduction. Or perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me your name? Ah, it quite slipped my mind. You have been talking with the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazuma Osogi. I'm a student on my way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Osogi. Oh, and before I forget. Yes? I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel. So you would do well to conceal the stowaway currently lying low under your bed, as carefully as possible. Oh, under the bed? I bid you farewell then, Mr. Osogi. He's uncovered our secret. I suppose I should have expected nothing less of a great detective.
How nice of him to let this assassin walk free.
Now then. When did you move in under the bed? I thought we'd had it when he opened the wardrobe door.
Ah, well, it was thanks to that split-second chance you engineered.
That I what?
You distracted him for a moment, remember? When you suggested that he investigated the other cabins instead.
Oh, yes. He turned to look towards the cabin corridor, didn't he?
Well, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course. But I thought to myself, it's now or never. And the next thing I knew, I was under the bed.
You really know how to give me a scare, don't you? Anyway, what's all this about the rib steaks, eh?
Sorry about that.
I've just been so hungry.
Ever since we left Japan, stuck in that tiny wardrobe. Well, you should know. You've been splitting all your meals with me. You must be starving too, surely.
Right on cue.
And there was that power cut before, wasn't there? For about 10 minutes.
So it was then.
I caught a whiff of the most delicious smell. And I thought to myself, it's now or never. Next thing I knew, I had the steak in my hands.
This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Well, alright. You were hungry. But 3 steaks? Well, thanks to you, 3 crewmen are going to go without tonight, I imagine.
No, it was just the one.
What?
I only took 1 rib steak from the kitchen, that's all.
But I don't understand.
Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I'd stolen 3 steaks, I'd at least have tossed 1 your way.
I'm not your pet dog. Well, in that case, who stole the other 2? Do you think... Could there be a ghost on board? A meat-loving ghost? It can only have been a single born in the wardrobe when Ryunosuke moved to hide under the bed. Which means that the other 2 bones can only have been put there by one very flesh-and-blood person.
What's so funny? We're on a haunted ghost ship.
A great detective, or a great mischief maker. Either way, I think I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know that man. The great Sherlock Sholmes.
Did he plant the bones there? Why would he do that? What was he doing walking around with a couple of steak bones anyways? The question isn't why he let them go free. The question is, why did he, like, plant 2 bones at the so-called crime scene for no reason? I haven't been reading these, like, descriptions for them. In the first of 8 escapades, Ryunosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his earlier trial having a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. In the second escapade, it transpires that another crime was committed aboard the SS Brutia. The stakes are high as Sholmes and Stroganov pursue the culprit, but there's more to the crime than meets the eye. This escapade takes place as Unosuke and Susato visit Lord Strongheart to report on the outcome of Mr. Natsume's trial. They find a very flustered Inspector Gregson attempting to solve a very taxing problem before his time runs out. That's okay, he still has another, like, year left in him. He'll be fine. Now, if Herlock took the other two, is that implying that maybe perhaps Iris is also a stowaway? Maybe that's why he let him go away with his stowaway. Because what if Herlock was traveling with Iris? And she was the other stowaway? Ugh, here we go again. Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing. Just think, we could be at home with Mr. Sholmes and Iris having a nice, cozy breakfast. But we have duty to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain. So I'm afraid this visit couldn't have been avoided. I suppose not, but is there even anyone here? You could hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good. It is very quiet, isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock as it keeps perfect time. Oh, that doesn't sound like a clock. What was that, I wonder? The usual comforting sound of the clock seems to have been joined by a less comforting shuffling sound today. That definitely doesn't sound like a clock. You're right, something's disturbing the rhythmical ticking. It sounds rather like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to post, clumsily. Who you calling unfit? Oh, Inspector Gregson, what are you doing here?
What am I? Isn't it flaming obvious? 58 seconds remaining, Inspector. Oh, we'll have to talk later, Sunshine.
Good morning, Lord Strongheart. Wow, he's really looking fiercely at his pocket watch today.
And good morning to you. Business so early in the day?
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's about the other day. We're to deliver a report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealings with Mr. Natsume are now over.
Ah, yes. The little Japanese man. I've already asked my eyes over Von Zeeks' report.
The fuck is he having him do?
I must say the outcome surprised me. I thank you for a job well done.
You're too kind, my lord.
It's not here. It's not there. It's not over there either.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly is the inspector doing? He's been harrying around between the bookshelves looking beside himself with worry.
He's looking for a particular work, The Lion's Pride.
Now there's an all too familiar title.
I'd heard it was a popular tale, so I obtained a copy from the rental library. However, it wasn't able to maintain my interest, so I soon cast it aside. I happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time, so I duly stowed the book there. Unfortunately, I no longer remember where that was. Nope, not there. Not here either. Come on, where are you lions hiding? The book is due back today, so I've asked Gregson to locate it for me with his investigative prowess. Inside 5 minutes.
And we all know how much power he has over him, after all. Must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard to find something. He's like a man possessed.
Ah, yes. That's because his month's salary is staked upon the outcome.
I'm sure that's one reason for it. Whose instigation? Let me guess. The stony-faced lord. And the 5-minute time limit? What's the significance of that?
There is none. Just my vulgar, mischievous spirit showing itself, I'm afraid.
Oh, by your own admission.
Oh, I can't. My feet. You're killing me. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Inspector.
Not today.
Which means that next month, you will work unpaid and have no days off.
Wow. Holy shit.
No days off?
And no pay either. There really are just so many books here. It's overwhelming. How much you want to bet he just, like, hid the book on purpose?
For some, perhaps. I've purchased every book, new and old, on the subject of law from all over the globe. Wouldn't have believed it a few short decades ago. A place like this couldn't have existed.
What do you mean, Inspector?
When I was a lad, nobody ever dreamed of buying books.
Oh, I see. Western books are such luxury items, I suppose, with their leather covers and fancy bindings.
No, that's not it.
Oh.
It was a tax on paper, see?
On paper?
Yeah, I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now, but it used to be the case. There was a tax levied on any kind of paper. So obviously, that meant most folk couldn't afford to buy any books at all.
Oh, so is that why places like the rental library you mentioned before came to existence, Lord Strongheart?
Indeed. Vestiges of the paper tax system, you could say. The general public considered books as items for hire. London is home to a vast lending library of some 3.5 million books.
You can hope to read all of that even if you're reincarnated 10,000 times.
Even I would choose to rent a book rather than purchase it if I knew I would read it infrequently.
The subject of tax has actually surprised us already in the last few days. It came up in Mr. Natsume's trial. It seems that the window in his room was filled in due to some kind of window tax.
That would be true. Unfortunately, the window tax was abolished here some 40 years ago. Sadly, in the East End, but in particular, many windowless houses remain. Britain's always had a bit of a thing for tax and stuff. Whatever they can tax, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards.
Wait, sorry, what was that last one? Did you say beards?
Yep, the beard tax. Never heard of it.
Never. Why should people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow?
You may well ask. Well, I suppose it's because it makes them look self-important.
You look important, therefore you must be rich, therefore you please pay more money. The Naruhodos will have a strict family policy of no facial hair, I think.
You can relax. The beard tax was confined to the annals of history long ago.
Even so, it's clearly something the British really love. Paying taxes, I mean. I don't know if they like paying taxes, but they seem like they like making them.
Paying them? You've got that back to front, sunshine.
But you can't deny you've had a lot of funny taxes over the years. You'd never find anything like that in Japan. Would you, Miss Susato? In actual fact, I'm afraid to say that you would, Mr. Naruhodo. What? No, you don't mean... Surely there's never been a window tax in Japan. No, but there have been similarly obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax. What was that? It was a tax not on windows, but on the entrance to properties. The larger a property's entrance was, the greater the tax that was levied on it. Imagine having to pay for a door. Like, at least a window you could opt out of. You know, you could take it out, block it in, make it a wall. That's fine. What the fuck are you supposed to do without a doorway? Even today, some mansions survive with extremely narrow entrances due to that old form of taxation. I had no idea. That's way worse than a window tax.
So you Japanese are as twisted as us Brits.
But we never had a beard tax. I mean, that's really going a step too far. Well, no, that's true. I'm not aware of any taxes for beards, at least. What do you mean, at least? Well, rather than tax them, the shogunate Shogunate did once prohibit them outright. The ruling class prohibited beards? It was called the Great Beard Prohibition. It was an Edo period edict. But why did the powers that be want to ban beards?
Because it makes people look self-important. Or just an idea.
It would seem that rulers in the East and the West have had very similar ideas over the years. Hidden weapons? Ooh, that's a good idea. You can, big enough beard, you could probably hide a little dagger up there. Maybe had some close calls with some beard-related assassinations. There have been other usual taxes in our history, even in our current Meiji period. There have? For example, though it was before either of us were born, there was a rabbit tax. Okay, well that's a little more specific. That's not that ridiculous sounding. There's a tax on those adorable fluffy creatures, like the ones who make mochi sweets on the moon? Yes, and it was an extremely large tax too. The government demanded extraordinary sums of money. This just gets stranger and stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax then? Well, after Japan opened its doors to the world, there was an unprecedented rabbit boom in the Meiji capital. A boom? Yes, keeping rabbits became hugely popular, and new species were traded at exorbitant prices. People who were even swindled out of all their money for exotically colored rabbits. Like colored chicks, I suppose.
Hard to imagine, though. Rabbits are so timid and quiet. Would have thought that one could bankrupt you.
Yeah, but they also breed real fucking easily. So in response to this worrying social vogue, the government imposed a rabbit tax. Like, aren't they an invasive species? Well, not invasive species in the literal sense, but I think Britain brought some over to the West, and it actually caused a problem for a bit, way back when, because they breed so easily. Was it, I don't know if it was to North America or if it was to Australia, but I think one of those two, Britain, like, just brought rabbits with them, and it kind of just went terrible from there. They really weren't supposed to be there. I suppose they couldn't just ignore the problem. And it worked, because the rabbit boom came to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished. Well, I hate to say it about my own country, but Japan is strange. But there's more. After the rabbit tax was abolished then, of course, society reacted by launching straight into a second rabbit boom. Oh dear. Government didn't think that one through, did they? So, like, a tax on rabbits kind of makes sense, because if a rabbit isn't supposed to be there, a tax is a pretty good deterrent to stop people from, holding a pet that really shouldn't be around. That's why some animals are just straight up outlawed. You can't have them as pets, because they're not supposed to be here.
Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. If you're responsible for the running of the country, you will feel the need to raise revenue keenly. Without a stable taxation system, the whole country would go down the drain.
Well, yes, I suppose so, but some of those taxes...
That's precisely why the ministers of state use their wiles to invent new and novel ways of taxing the public.
Novel ways?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, if you were one of my country's statesmen...
Me, a British statesman?
Yes. What novel tax would you impose? Pray, give us something truly original. Inside 5 seconds.
What? Oh, think of something that everyone uses, Mr. Naruhodo, and really squeeze every penny out of the population. Those are not words I expected out of her mouth. That's quite the intense stare. Very glad Sato-san isn't in charge. Breathing.
Your time is up. So, what's your answer?
Well... air, maybe? Hell yeah. Yes, how about air?
An air tax, you say?
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. A truly novel and fiendish idea. Well, everyone has to breathe, so while the population is inhaling air, my government is inhaling money. Spoken like a true statesman.
Blimey! You're a tyrant at heart, eh? A somewhat radical solution to a country's revenue problems, but sadly not an original one.
No, you mean to say... Surely not.
You mean a tax on air has already been imposed in the past?
It was last century. The finance minister of our neighbor France proposed it.
What? If I ever go for a visit, I'm holding my breath.
Unsurprisingly, it was strongly opposed by the public and soon scrapped. The minister didn't last long either.
They actually tried to do it. Tax and air.
Oh dear. Although clearly that would have been an untenable situation.
The public at large are forced to be reckoned with. Yeah, especially if it's France around that time.
Don't I know it?
How about you, Inspector? What new tax would you impose?
Let me see. My first thought is a tax on objections.
Sorry?
Been hearing far too many of them recently in court. There's a particular lawyer I have in mind as it happens. So I think an objection tax could be very handy.
Good to see you don't allow your personal feuds to influence your work in public office.
I reckon 5 pence for every objection raised would be about right. A most amusing proposal, Gregson.
A most unamusing proposal, my lord. A tea tax. Yeah, well, they already did that. Unfortunately, it didn't go well for the British the last time they did it.
Well then, I think it's your turn now.
Sorry, my turn for what?
Why? What else? To locate my missing copy of The Lion's Pride.
Oh.
It's one of the shelves in this room, of that I am certain. Now, I shall give you 10 minutes. And let's take your student stipend on it, Fail to find the book, and you forfeit next month's payment.
Objection? I don't think he has that kind of... Actually, wait, yeah, he might. He knows the right people. He actually could.
Your time starts now. Oh, and one more thing. I believe you just said the word objection. Kindly leave your 5 pence over there before you begin combing the shelves.
This tax is going to be the death of me. I don't know if it was whiskey, but I think they also had an alcohol tax at one point for something. It was a different kind of alcohol. I think it was actually around the same time they did the tea tax. This fourth escapade unfolds one morning on Baker Street when Iris has prepared breakfast for everyone as usual. But Inosuke wakes to find an envelope under his door containing a death threat. Who on earth could have put it there? And why? Wait, when did it say this one took place? I skipped past it by accident. I'm guessing it's also after episode 3.
Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes.
Good morning, Susie. I'll get breakfast on the table for us all.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Morning.
Come now. Why the long face?
Oh, sorry. The thing is, I just had a rather strange envelope posted under my door this morning. With some rather strange things inside.
What strange things?
Well, what was it, Bruno? Do I catch the scent of a mystery in the air?
Oh, nothing so exciting, I'm afraid, Iris. It was just 5 orange pips. I can't imagine what it could possibly...
What? Orange pips, Mr. Naruhodo. Hey, 5 of them?
What's the matter with you? That's a bit of an overreaction, isn't it?
An overreaction? Mr. Naruhodo, you don't understand. It's a warning. A notice of imminent danger to your life.
What? To my life? What's the meaning of all this, Mr. Sholmes?
My dear fellow, why do you make such an inquiry of me?
Because the name of the sender was written on the envelope, and it was yours.
Oh. You're right, Bruno. It says sent by Sholmes, envoy of hell.
So, my little ploy has been exposed. Well, so be it. Cast your mind back, if you will, Mr. Naruhodo, to the time of our dining last night.
Oh yeah, Mr. Sato cooked Japanese food for us.
Indeed. In particular, you may recall the final norimaki sushi roll that I was about to savor. That is, before you swooped in with your clacking chopsticks and filched it from under my nose.
Oh, I assume because you left it that you didn't want it.
I left it, my dear fellow, because I had planned to enjoy it as my very last mouthful. Surely you must have noted my intent by the subtle dilation of my right pupil.
Ah yes, how could anyone have missed that? Rookie mistake. Perhaps a clearer sign would be helpful next time. Just an idea.
In summary, the post you received earlier is a notice of impending revenge. You should be quaking in your boots.
Really? Because I went straight out into the garden and planted them. I'm hopeful we'll maybe grow some exotic fruit.
There's no point sending a notice of impending revenge if the person you send it to doesn't know what it is. Well, I know, of course, because I'd read this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews.
Oh yes, of course. It's finally been published, hasn't it? I hear it's selling very well.
It is. 12 short stories in one volume. I've earned a lifetime spending money already.
And it has further bolstered my name. In fact, only the other day a Bohemian king sought to engage my services.
Really? That's extraordinary.
Of course, the gentleman persisted with some pretense about being a fishmonger for the duration. But only a fool would presume to be able to deceive my eyes with such a charade.
So how did you know that he was a king then?
Why, there is no mystery, my dear fellow. A distinct smell of fish accompanied the man's lowly apparel. And though he tried to hide it, the left side of his mustache quivered in a quite manifest manner.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, that's simply brilliant.
How does that prove he's a king?
Having neatly resolved the case for the man, I was sent a quantity of fresh cod as a mark of his appreciation.
I think perhaps you shouldn't discount the possibility that he actually was a fishmonger. Is that why he mentions a Bohemian king in game 2? He still insists that it was a king and not just a fish seller?
Is that... Can anyone else smell burning?
Oh yeah, you're right. And look, smoke. I think maybe...
Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone!
Really? A fire?
We must all leave at once. Everyone out of the building.
No, wait, I have to go back to my room first.
Are you deranged? If you're not asphyxiated by the smoke, the flames will burn you to death.
But my Dharma doll, I can't leave my Dharma burn. It means too much.
Ah, drat.
Sorry, but I'm going to make a dash for it upstairs.
Oh, Bruno, you're so funny.
Is this no time for jokes, Iris? Go, quickly. Get out of here.
But there is no fire. Is there, Hurley?
Huh?
Oh, what a delight to see that ploy enacted in the flesh.
What, tricking someone into thinking there was a fire?
I wouldn't have dared to dream I should be so lucky. Miss Susato?
Indeed, indeed. Indeed it was a ploy. A devilment engineered by my puckish spirit.
Yeah, okay, telling someone there's a fire when there really isn't. Good.
It was all a trick, but why? It is a simple experiment of the mind, Mr. Naruhodo. When his life is threatened, a fellow is compelled instinctively to protect that property to which he attaches matching importance.
And after your own life, you know, the most important thing to you seems to be your Dharma doll.
Let's not dwell on that, shall we, Iris? So, you knew all along, Miss Susato, that it was a trick?
Yes, of course. The very ploy is described in this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. On sale now at all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews.
Not again.
I have used that device quite satisfactorily in the past to solve a case.
Oh yes, it was a great success, wasn't it? But then it became something of a habit, didn't it? You started yelling fire at every crime scene.
Wait, so was there no smoke then? They just convinced him that he smelled smoke? Oh my god.
In the end, people started to pay no attention to you at all.
Yes, that's true. There was a time when I was known as the Sholmes who cried wolf.
I think there's a lesson to be learnt in there somewhere.
But sadly, my little ploy failed to yield results this time. Iris was utterly unmoved.
What do you mean?
Well, I was anticipating that Iris would immediately expose her secret hiding place. The location of the nest egg she must have cached somewhere in this room.
Nest egg? You think Iris has some secret savings?
Why, naturally. The book is selling like hotcakes after all. It is a simple deduction indeed to conclude that the profits must be concealed here within these walls.
Oh, is that why she just carries around like $5,000 casually in her pocket? Because she's like actually a millionaire from the book sales?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you in need of money? I bet I know what it is. It's that new microscope that's gone on sale, isn't it, Hurley?
How could they be want for money when she's like fucking rich? Meanwhile, something must have happened because they were hurting for cash for the rent. Unless she just keeps it all to herself, because why wouldn't she?
What else? I've such a strong desire to own one, yet my purse is £1 too light. And as no offer of a loan has been forthcoming, I've been forced to resort to an alternative stratagem.
What, stealing from a child?
Sorry, Hurley, but I'm not falling for that. Not coming from the Sholmes who cried wolf.
Ah, how vexing.
You really shouldn't be trying to steal a 10-year-old's savings, you know.
My book is full of little tricks like that, you see. The armor of the great detective.
Except that in this case, both your orange pips and the fake fire fell a little flat, didn't they?
Oh, I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Or take, for example, the case of the Bombscombe Valley mystery.
I'm already filled with dread just from the title.
It's a tale of extraordinary skill on the part of the great detective, the skill of tracking. Tracking? When I arrived at the scene of the crime in the eponymous valley, there were footprints everywhere. But my eye was immediately drawn to one set in particular.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, your detective instincts are truly remarkable.
As you know, my dear madame, no detail, no matter how small, escapes the scrutiny of these eyes. So I tracked my quarry, following the trail of his footprints all the way to the man's place of residence.
It led you directly to the culprit's house? What a triumph!
You misunderstand. It led me directly to my own house, my dear fellow.
Huh?
For the footprints were, in the final analysis, those made by my own shoes.
Hurley left here for Bombscombe Valley as soon as he received the telegram about the case, you see. And then he followed his own trail straight back here to Baker Street.
Now, Iris, please, you make it sound almost humdrum, but I assure you it is no easy feat. For the tracking of this nature is a skill possessed only by the great Herlock Sholmes.
You're right, it really is extraordinary.
Quite so. Extraordinary is the word, and let it be the last on the subject.
She doesn't relate to Sholmes' no obligation to give money. She lives with him, though. That's the thing. Like, I feel like she'd have some obligation to pay the rent because surely she understands that if he can't pay the rent, she's also out of a house.
Anyway, needless to say, I subsequently went on to solve the case with various other deductions.
Yes, it's the various other deductions that I'm interested in.
Ah, well, you shall have to read the book then. I'm sure Iris has penned it with her usual flourish.
Oh, absolutely. I put an ingenious spin on the great detective's exploits.
It must have been very ingenious to make this man sound even remotely credible as a detective.
Wait, is that... Does it smell like something's burning again?
We've had enough devilment for one day, Mr. Sholmes. Put your puckish spirit to bed.
I assure you, this has nothing to do with me or my spirit. What?
Oh no, the smoke is getting thicker.
You mean it's not a trick this time?
There really is a... Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone!
Mr. Sato, where are you going?
Stand aside, Mr. Naruhodo.
Easy, Mr. Sholmes. What are you... Whoa! Mr. Sholmes!
Why did he just chuck that bust of Napoleon on the floor? Oh, look at that. And amongst all the broken porcelain. Coins! Sovereigns, in fact! Worth a whole pound each! Come, everyone! We must leave at once! Evacuate the building! You fell for it, Hurley. Hook, line, and sinker. Wait, you mean... Iris? I certainly wouldn't have guessed that's where you'd hidden it. Do you mean to say that this smoke was... My own puckish spirit needs to come out and play sometimes too, you know. What? Of course! I know what it is, Iris. It's that indoor herb garden set that went on sale last week, isn't it? That's what you're after. I want one so desperately, but I'm £4 short. And even though you told me you didn't have any money to spare before, I knew you had a secret nest somewhere in this room. You outwitted me again. You really shouldn't let yourself be outwitted by a 10-year-old child, you know. So, thank you for the loan, Hurley. Oh, but wait.
What's the matter?
Where's Susie? She disappeared.
Oh yeah, that's right. She ran off up the stairs before, didn't she? Oh, what's she hiding up there? What'd she have to go and grab amongst all the smoke and brimstone?
Oh, what are you all still doing here? We have to evacuate.
It says the person who ran into the supposed fire. Yeah, okay.
It won't be long before the fire is... Yes. Ah. Sorry, Susie. Children will get up to mischief once in a while, you know, but it's all perfectly harmless.
Harmless maybe, but oh so devious. She pays in secret, meanwhile she's still £4 short for a garden set. How does that work? Where's she spending all her cash? Like, okay, Sholmes being the washed-up detective that barely gets any work, fine. I get it. But if she's like a successful author, apparently books flying off the shelves, she's a fucking millionaire, I don't understand how she could be short cash.
Oh well, at least nobody was hurt.
Apart from Napoleon, and my secret hoard. Now tell us, Mr. Sato, what is it that you went so fleet-footedly to fetch?
Sorry? Oh, no, nothing. Oh, this is just... No, this is nothing. Susie, that's your notebook detailing all of Bruno's trials, isn't it? It's bulging at the seams.
I mean, that's a little important. That's not just sentimental. That's pretty important.
What?
A testament to the various people you've helped over the past months.
Mr. Sato, Well, I am your judicial assistant after all. I would do anything to ensure the safety of these records. Even risk my life, if necessary. I mean, it's very important to me. It's like a diary of everything we've achieved together.
I'm getting all teary-eyed now.
Yes, in stark contrast to a certain someone who would have fetched his Daruma doll, I must say.
So when a real fire actually breaks out in that house, no one's leaving, right? They're all just gonna burn down with it at this point? Because, like, now they've tricked each other multiple times. Yeah, no one's gonna believe that there's a real fire. An escapade in Naruhodo's legal consultancy, where Susato appears to be rather irritated, because it seems Ryunosuke has been buying a little too much bric-a-brac and now the whole place is brimming with things they don't need. And his latest purchase has really rocked the boat with Iris and Susato. As if it wasn't full of knickknacks and junk in the first place. Hello? I'm back.
Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Did you have a good outing? Hi, Bruno. What's the matter? Your eyes are as big as dinner plates.
Iris, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Then who were you expecting? Just Susato?
I made some tea, Mr. Naruhodo. Would you like a cup?
A cup or two, yes. Definite tea.
Alright, Bruno. What's going on? You're acting extremely strangely.
What? Me? No, not at all. I'm as normal can be. Normality itself, see?
Not again, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, not what again? What do you mean, Susie? Whenever he goes out on his own lately, he always seems to come back with a peculiar new purchase.
Peculiar? Peculiar? What's peculiar about the things I've bought?
You seem to think that anything British is a curio you simply must have. You keep buying items of bric-a-brac even though you don't know what they are. Well, there are rather a lot of bric-a-brac shops and pawnbrokeries and the like around here.
It's when I've been to Lord Strongheart's to give my weekly report. I'm always so nervous beforehand. On the way home, I just find myself in those shops and... Yes, alright, I can't deny it. I bought something.
You're right, you can't deny it, because your eyes are wider than ever. You really ought to put up a warning sign about them. They're bigger than some potholes around here.
It's hard to resist things in the bric-a-brac shop. It's also cheap. And Mr. Sholmes has given me lots of useful advice about how to pick out the real bargains.
You must remember, Bruno, that Hurley likes to have fun with you. Take his advice with a big pinch of salt.
Well, that's true. The thing he told me was a pot stand wasn't a pot stand at all. But I never have guessed it was a collapsible top hat. That... One of those two things is probably wrong.
No, and I'd never have guessed that you could fill up this once empty room so quickly. Honestly, it's overflowing with things we don't need now.
How are you gonna take it all back home?
I mean, look at all those scales. Not once have you weighed something on them.
I know, but ever since I first stood at the defense's bench in court, I don't know why, but I just really wanted my own little set of scales.
Let's see it then, Mr. Naruhodo. What have you come home with today?
Oh, well, it's, one of these.
What is it? It looks all dry and shriveled up in the bowl. Really, Mr. Naruhodo? What is it?
It's a sea anemone.
An anemone?
Yeah, I mean, I know it doesn't look like it at the moment. It's all shriveled up, like you said.
Aren't sea anemones living creatures? The ones that dance about on the seabed?
Yes, exactly. The ones that dance about on the seabed.
Oh, they sell sea anemones in bric-a-brac shops here in Britain.
I don't know whether they normally do or not, but I do know that I bought one today.
But why, Bruno?
Well, yes, for the aquarium, of course. Aquarium?
Aquarium? I don't know that word.
Well, according to the shopkeeper, keeping sea creatures in tanks was hugely popular here in London before.
Oh yes, some people have beautiful fish in seawater tanks, it's true. Having an aquarium become popular because the old glass tax was abolished. Oh, there it is again, rearing its ugly head, subject of taxation. It was a real craze for a while. Everyone in London had one. For a while? Yes, it didn't last long. People's enthusiasm soon waned. Which is far too much work to be changing the seawater regularly in a city like London. Never a truer word said, I'm sure.
You'd think people might have realized that from the start, really, wouldn't you? I mean, if you're in London, can't you just go down to the harbor and take a bucket of water out of the ocean?
Anyway, that was long before I was born. So now everyone jokes that there's an unloved aquarium covered in dust in every attic in the capital.
And it's true, there's one in this attic too. When I told the man in the bric-a-brac shop about it, he had those words of wisdom. That's why this is the age of the sea anemone, and that made a lot of sense to me.
Made sense to you, did it? But Bruno, this anemone is completely dried up.
We just need to soak it in water overnight and it'll be as good as new. That's what the man said.
It's a living creature. I think it's dead.
I'm not sure it works the same way as dried wakame seedweed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Once I've saved some money, I'm going to buy some ponds to keep this little fellow company.
Oh, how exciting! Your office will be teeming with life.
Yeah, except for the sea anemone he just bought.
Was it really?
It is a funny country, though. I mean, a sea anemone craze?
Well, they say people in glass houses about comments like that here, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't forget that there was a very curious rabbit craze in our own country not very long ago.
More to find chapter that people will try to erase from the history books 100 years from now, I'm sure.
You know, there was another craze as well before the aquarium one. Have you heard of Wardian cases?
Wardy what? No, I've definitely never heard of them.
They were little glazed cases for growing plants indoors, I believe.
Oh, I see. For plant lovers to raise their favorite tropical plants.
That's right, like different types of ferns.
Ferns?
Do you mean those rather dull plants with lots of fronds for leaves? They're not dull at all. Ferns are lovely plants. I think people wanted to recreate the exotic foliage of the tropics in their own homes.
So they grew ferns? I mean, ferns, sea anemones, Londoners certainly have a knack for the obscure. Yeah, obscure things like ferns.
Well, thinking about it, my grandfather loved the moss on his bonsai. He looked after it better than the trees.
It seems like the more obscure something is, the more it interests people.
Maybe. Anyway, the Wardian ace craze didn't last very long. Now most of those little glass cases are just gathering dust, I think. But haven't I seen one in your room, Iris? Ooh, very observant of you, Susie. Yes, that's right. Mine's certainly not gathering dust. I grow tropical herbs in it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I really must ask you to stop all this frivolous buying of strange things.
Yes, alright. Sorry.
Which is that, well,
think about Mr. Sholmes's room. He has all sorts of peculiar trinkets lying around.
Oh, well, yes, that's true. And they seem to be growing in number. Recently I've noticed a blowpipe, a few barrel crystals set in a twisted piece of gold, a gold-rimmed pince-nez.
I spotted a small gramophone record in there the other day, so I slipped onto the gramophone. But it was just whispering voice saying, Nobiary, and nothing more. What could it possibly be about?
Those are all mementos of cases Hurley solved over the years.
Exactly. That's why I want to create it here. Oh, just that sort of atmosphere. You can't do that by buying shit. I don't know, go steal some evidence or something and keep it in the room then.
A room full of meaningful trinkets, each with their own unique history, you mean?
Yes, that. I knew you'd understand, Mr. Sato.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, none of the things you've bought for the room have any connection with any of our cases.
Oh, don't they?
Well, for example, take that splendid but rather weather-beaten top hat. That wasn't used as evidence in any of the cases we've worked on, was it? Oh, so you have two top hats if you count the collapsible one as well?
No, the collapsible one is a pot stand, as far as I'm concerned anyway. I'd like to see him use a top hat as a pot stand. I could see that going very well indeed. But the other day when we were in court, they were everywhere, weren't they? Top hats, I mean.
Well, here in Britain, of course, they're the mark of a true gentleman, so that's hardly surprising. The man isn't wearing a top hat when he ventures out of doors. He'll be looked down upon. Gosh, it has very strict rules, doesn't it? The English Gentleman's Code.
I've been wondering how I'd look in a top hat recently. After all, my university uniform is black as well, so I think it would be very in keeping.
What a good idea. Go on then, Bruno. Try it on.
I'm guessing it doesn't look very good.
Let's lesson here, I suppose, is that the juxtaposition of student and gentleman is just so strange and wrong.
Well, I'd rather it didn't suit me anyway. I mean, these hats are ridiculous. I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees one of these for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a chimney on his head?
People in glass houses, remember, Bruno?
What do you mean?
Well, what about Japanese chonmage's top knots? Those haircuts are the height of ridiculousness.
Ugh, true.
Plus, you could take a hat off, and once you have a chonmage, it's chon off your head for good.
I mean, can't you just, like, you know, undo it and put the hair down? Who said you have to cut it?
I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees a chonmage for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a cannon on his head? I suppose that's what it means to have different cultures, isn't it?
On the subject of hats, the one Mr. Sholmes always wears is really very strange, don't you think?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Naruhodo. What a thing to say. That has the very essence of Mr. Sholmes. Yes, without his deerstalker, the great detective would be unrecognizable.
It's called a deerstalker? That's a surprisingly swanky name.
It's the hat of a hunter, just like the flat cap. I made up my mind long ago to visit Regent Street and buy one for myself.
I'm not sure it's going to fit over your hair.
Well, I think it's a perfect for a great detective who stalks his criminal quarry. What do you think is strange about it anyway?
Well, you've seen it. It has two brims, one at the front and one at the back. Why do you need two brims on a hat? Surely one at the front is enough, no?
One moment, please.
I mean, and then you're also not protecting the sides of your head, you know? If shade is the concern here, if you ask me, it's just Mr. Sholmes' madcap personality coming through. I bet it's so he doesn't have to think about which way round to put it on or something like that. Is saying it's a hat for stupid people?
Mr. Sholmes does not have a madcap personality. He always has a clear head. Deerstalkers were made for hunters who had to hide in thickets when they were stalking their prey. The brim at the back was designed to stop the stalks of plants scratching the backs of their necks.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. But why not just put the brim around the entire hat then? What about the sides? Do they not need protecting?
Oh, so that's the reason. Thank you, Iris, for educating us.
Mr. Sholmes doesn't spend a lot of time in thickets though, does he?
Well, no. That's true.
I'm telling you, it's just his impetuous personality. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Firmly. Ah, here you all are. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Sholmes.
I've not long since made tea, Mr. Sholmes. Would you like a cup?
I see I've come at a good time, Mr. Sato. Thank you. Now, I have something I should like you all to see. I've designed myself a brand new Great Detective's hat.
What the? There's a brim.
At the front, and at the back, and at both sides. 4 brims in total.
Again, why not just make it a circle of a brim?
Your observation is quite correct, my dear madame. I'm a busy man, you see. But with this hat, whichever way I put it on, I shall always have it pointing the correct way. With my previous hat, I could, in an impetuous moment, wear it erroneously with the brims on either side.
That's impressively clumsy, I would say.
And I must regretfully say, I think your madcap theory was correct after all.
But really, Mr. Sholmes, with brims on all 4 sides like that, wouldn't it just be better to wear a top hat instead?
Oh yes, then however you put it on, you'd have a brim all around.
What? So true, so true. How could I have been so blinkered to this fact until now?
Well, fortunately, I happen to have 2 top hats here. If you just lift the pot off it, you're welcome to try that one there.
Indeed I shall, my good fellow. Much obliged.
Holmes in a top hat. I don't know about that one.
I think they agree.
Oh dear, Hurley, it looks terrible. More terrible than I could possibly have imagined.
Oh, that's not good. Maybe it's because of your long face. And paired with the tall hat, it just doesn't work.
Well, I think it's very nice, Mr. Sholmes, even if it will have the whole world in fits of laughter.
Ah, should never have meddled with it. Give me my deerstalker forevermore.
And give me my Regulation University hat forevermore.
There's still hope that you'll graduate one day, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't give up.
Can't tell if that's an insult to his stubbornness or intelligence. Or perhaps both. This escapade in Mr. Natsume's room, it's revealed that the Japanese scholar was once a teacher of English. There's much to say on the cultural differences between Japan and Britain, as well as on sentimentality, Shakespeare, and cycling.
So, Mr. Natsume, are you really returning home? To Japan?
Yes, indeed I am. Everything is arranged already.
It'd be sad to see you go. And after Runo worked so hard to prove your innocence as well.
Yeah, I think that's kind of why he was leaving.
What a shame. It feels like it was all wasted effort.
Don't say that. I know what you're suggesting.
Now calm down, Mr. Natsume.
It's all fine, really. You are in good company here, sir. If you fear the Reaper, you needn't hide the fact. I am a proud citizen of the Empire of Japan. I'm not a scaredy cat.
Speaking of cats, Mr. Sholmes just casually threw one among the pigeons there.
A man like me belongs in Japan, not here. That's what I've come to realize. I wonder. A mustache such as yours is eminently suited to London, I would say.
There goes Mr. Sholmes throwing another cat in.
The moment I arrived in the city, I noticed. Everyone in London laughs at me behind my back, like hyenas. Hysterical, hyenas, ha-ha, horribly.
I'm sure that's not true, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, but it is. Whenever I turn around and peer down the fog-filled streets, all I see is foreigners everywhere.
Well, there's you, Runo, Susie, and here, and so that's 3 foreigners out of 5 people. I take your point.
Only the other day, I was taking a stroll through the fog as usual when a young man approached me from behind. He was pale and gaunt, and his back arched like a cat. Observing his wretchedness moved me so deeply. I thought to myself, I'm not the only one suffering in this hell. But do you know what? Can you imagine? It was just my own reflection in a shop window. A stunning, stinging, stupefying surprise.
Don't forget slap in the face.
Everyone started laughing at me. Gentlemen thereabouts, ladies passing by. Even the man in the shop window. Ah yes, and a certain great detective would like to be included among the mirthful.
Mr. Sholmes is really going for Soseki-san today.
Well, I for one think you're a very handsome man, Mr. Natsume.
There, did you hear that? This 10-year-old girl thinks you're handsome. Isn't that wonderful?
That makes me feel suspiciously warm inside.
He looks genuinely delighted.
The point is, we Japanese are humble and modest. Studying on foreign soil, surrounded by foreign people, how could anyone possibly enjoy that? No one could. It's impossible. If you're a genuine Japanese.
If you say so. Actually, it would appear that there is someone. A Japanese man who studied in a foreign country and seems to have thrived on the experience.
There is?
Mr. Ogayamori. I believe he studied in Germany.
Mr. Mori. Pray, tell us more of the fellow.
Well, today he's a very successful author in Japan.
Oh, I've heard of him. He's the professor who wrote My Hime, isn't he?
My Hime?
I suppose in English that would be Dancing Queen, maybe?
Oh, I see. A tale of a woman who waltzed her way through the world, perhaps? You really needn't make up a silly translation, you know. It's already officially called The Dancing Girl in English. It seems Mr. Mori greatly enjoyed his time in Germany. He became close with a local lady while he was there.
Close, you say? With a local lady? A compatriot's criminally contradictory conduct.
Well, I suppose your experience of studying abroad depends to a large extent on your character.
As they say. Many minds. Mr. Mori has an open mind. Mr. Natsume, a closed one.
Possibly a slightly black and white view, do you think, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, anyway. If that's how you feel about being abroad, why did you choose to study here?
Wasn't it to further our nation's understanding of the English language or something?
Yes, that's right.
So what were you doing in Japan before you came to Great Britain then?
I was a school teacher. Of English, of course.
A bit cursory perhaps, but I've managed to discover some information about Mr. Natsume's teaching days.
That's just a little outside the field of law, isn't it, Miss Susato?
Oh, let me pose you a question, Mr. Naruhodo. If you had to translate the English phrase, I love you into Japanese, what would it become?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Well, it's easy. Aishiteru, or suki desu.
Wrong. According to Mr. Natsume's teachings, at least.
What?
Would you like to explain, Mr. Natsume?
Yes, of course. Your research was very thorough. I always used to tell my students that we Japanese don't express ourselves that way. Rather, we might say, Tsuki ga kirei desu ne. My dear Mr. Natsume, I must interject. Tsuki ga kirei desu ne would translate as, the moon is beautiful, isn't it? I know that!
Point is that we Japanese are reticent when it comes to expressing our emotions. We prefer to show our feelings of adoration, our tsuki, by appreciating the beauty of the moon, the tsuki.
Ah, using the tsuki to express the suki. It's an amusing play on words, I see. No! Or in language you might understand better, bachelors! It's not a play on words. It's subtle, it's humble, it's fleeting and beautiful. It's art!
Isn't it just being shy?
My dear fellow, the foreign dancing girl will forever be out of your reach with such an attitude. Imagine how the great Mr. Mori would act. He would win the lady's heart in a flash with a well-placed and unrestrained, I love you. Oh, that's smooth, Mr. Mori. Am I destined to live in his shadow forever?
I think you just discovered his shadow. You got some time, man. Just what sort of man is he in that imagination of yours?
The fact is, I just can't settle in this foggy London town with all its foreign inhabitants. I've lost count of the number of different lodgings I've tried before I found myself here. As it happens, I even lived on Baker Street at one time.
No, really?
A sound scholar of mine lives near there, a man by the name of William James Craig. His knowledge of Sao is unsurpassed. He's been a great inspiration to me over the... Forgive the interruption, but am I supposed to be familiar with this Sao of which you speak? It's Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare! But in Japanese we write it as Sa and O. It's a phonetic representation using kanji characters, so English is Igirisu, and America is America.
Come to think of it, we use the same character as ri in one word and risu in another. Talk about confusing.
So Shakespeare is Saon in Japanese. Presumably the Sa is a brutal attempt at the first Sha, in which case, where is the spear?
I never thought of that. We only have the O left.
which could, even in the most charitable interpretation, only be a brutal attempt at old man.
There's not really an O in Shakespeare.
It seems to me that whoever had the job of deciding on the characters for his name got bored very early on.
Complete kanji character catastrophe.
So then, on to the burning question. What about me? How do you write my name? Sorry? Sherlock Sholmes, my dear fellow. Well, there must be a Japanese characters for my name.
Oh dear. I'm sorry, Mr. Sholmes, but none exist that I'm aware of.
What? Am I really nothing to you Japanese? In that case, it is a matter of paramount importance. You must construct my name in kanji at once.
Oh, well, we could use a kanji that's pronounced so to start with, and then use one more to give so, perhaps? I think that would be about right, Mr. Sholmes.
But that's almost the same as Sao, isn't it?
Yes, you employed the dreaded O. I don't want people to confuse me with an old man who died centuries ago.
I'm sure the world's greatest literary figure would rather not be confused with you either.
Well, the world's greatest detective is still youthful and full of vigor. So how about so handsome?
Oh, yes, that sounds wonderful. I'm sure everyone will be calling you that 100 years from now.
How can she say that with a straight face?
What about me then? Iris. Perhaps Aihime, since the second character doesn't seem to matter.
Oh, funny reading that line now, isn't it?
Aihime? Oh yes, Princess of Love. That's an adorable name for you, Iris.
Stop, please, with a name like that. Mr. Mori is likely to turn up at any moment and rashly declare, I love you.
This Mori-san's become quite the character in Soseki-san's mind.
And you, Mr. Naruhodo, might I venture Kurobozu as a fitting name for you? As in, the Dark Monk.
Isn't his name already Japanese?
Oh, that's very good. It describes you perfectly, if you know.
So you think I'll be wearing this black varsity uniform for the rest of my days, do you?
But Mr. Naruhodo already has a Japanese name. I don't believe he needs another. Well, anyway. We were talking about your life here in London, weren't we, Mr. Natsume? You should just get out and have fun.
The landlady has said much to me too.
Mrs. Garrett?
But it wasn't fun at all. It was frightful.
Whatever do you mean?
A cycle incident.
An incident? On a bicycle? Oh yeah, come to think of it. Wait, was that his bike out there? There's an old bicycle park just outside, isn't there? It's in a sorry state though.
I tried to say no to her, but she insisted I took it for a ride. Perhaps my pronunciation was wrong. So I took my life in my hands and attempted to ride the steel spider-webbed stallion to a nearby park. I really don't think there's anything wrong with your pronunciation.
I really don't think there's anything wrong with your pronunciation, Mr. Natsume.
Joan Garrett just isn't the kind of woman to take no for an answer.
If you're going to die, you might as well die in beautiful surroundings. So the park was my first thought. After a whole day of dicing with death, I emerged with only relatively minor bruises.
So you got the knack of it?
Don't be silly. Dying isn't something you can learn to do.
I don't think that's quite what he was referring to.
Mr. Natsume, you keep talking about dicing with death and dying so forth, but riding a bicycle is supposed to be fun.
Oh no, that's just what people tell you. But it's an old wives' tale.
Is it?
I mean, just consider the real name of the vehicle. It's not called a dicycle for nothing. How can anyone expect to use such an aptly named vehicle to move forwards is beyond me. Pedal, power, promises pain.
I didn't think it was possible for you to get worse with practice.
I'm lucky to be alive. Although, I must say, after looking death in the eye for a whole week, I did at least manage to mount the seat reliably. And notwithstanding a few wobbles, I found I could make progress in the forward direction.
What a triumph.
Deduction is much the same. When first presented with a problem, the mental exertion of trying to solve it only leads to bitter disappointment. But after a week of picking one's way carefully along the path of reasoning and thought, one begins to see results.
So is that why all of your off-the-cuff deductions always seem half-baked?
What a wonderful insight into your extraordinary mind, Mr. Sholmes.
Unfortunately, after wobbling down the street, I noticed there were little stones everywhere, death traps. Not that way, I said to myself. But the wild vehicle wouldn't listen. It wobbled on me on and on down the street. So of course, I hit one of those deadly stones, and the crazy colt threw me. It's just my luck. Dicicles are the epitome of my painful life. I wish I could disagree.
On the same subject, I'm sure there's a famous American author who's written about having a similar experience.
About falling off a bicycle?
Oh, yes, I read that essay too, Iris.
Some of us are better read than others.
Well, no more dicicles for me.
Oh, Mr. Natsume, at least you have an interesting antidote to take with you back to Japan, if nothing else.
You always manage to put a positive spin on things, don't you, Mr. Sato?
Personally, I haven't mounted a bicycle for some time.
No, me either.
That's good. So, how about a jaunt? We shall all ride out together.
Huh? That sounds great. I'll perch behind Mr. Sato.
But, the sun is going down. If we pitch black before long.
London street lamps are very bright, you know, and the fog isn't too thick today.
And my beloved ride is all bent out of shape. My dear fellow, if you're bound to topple the vehicle anyway, it's fitting that it's already bent out of shape.
Yeah, but this is like the wheel we're talking about here, right? Good luck.
It's settled then. Come along, Mr. Natsume. Shall we go?
Tsuki ga kirei desu ne.
Don't tell me that's his translation of no thank you as well.
Indeed, Mr. Natsume, the moon is at its most beautiful at precisely this time this evening. Oh.
We're not Japanese. You can't beat around the bush with us.
What a weird and wonderful world.
You know, going into these, I kind of was expecting something similar to the Asinine Attorney, but these are way better than those two were. And there's just more of them. Like, they're almost like the same length each, but there's just more of them. A real shame that we didn't get all of them translated. A chilling escapade about Shilling's escape from the clutches of Rolly and Pat Beat, who only just found it on the street. Gina the pickpocket is the obvious suspect, but Ryunosuke, Sholmes, and Iris happen to be passing, and the plot quickly thickens. I was kind of hoping this would have been a follow-up to the previous one. They all go biking together.
Constable Royal Pitts, reporter for duty. Thanks to the good officers of Lord Fanseeks, I'm back on the beat here in the capital, doing my best for the good citizens of London, sir.
Oh, my Ronnie, back in his Bobby's uniform. You couldn't look any more handsome if you tried.
Ah, my love, you say the sweetest things.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Ronnie.
To us, Lord Fanseeks isn't the Reaper of the Bailey at all.
Oh, no, of course not. He's the patron saint of Bobby's.
The patron saint? Oh yes, Pat, you're so right, my darling. Keeping us in pocket, he is. On my first day back at the job, what did I find in the gutter? A shilling, my love. A whole shilling.
Oh, Rolly, I always believed in you. I always knew that one day you'd find some big small change.
With just that shilling, I could buy you a cheap bunch containing a single flower, my sugar.
A single flower? Oh, how romantic.
But I'm so sorry, Pat. Only moments ago, that shilling disappeared.
Disappeared? But how, my love? How?
I think maybe... No, I'm sure. It was this girl here, sir. You swiped my precious shilling, didn't you? You cheeky little diver.
Blimey. You took your time getting around to me, didn't you? I thought our lovey-dovey stuff weren't ever going to end. So, a shilling, you say? Lifted from your word? Don't know nothing about it. Where's the evidence, eh?
Right there. The evidence is dancing around in the back of your hand, young lady. You stole it from me. You lifted it from my pocket just now. You've got a nerve stealing from a bobby.
God bless. Coin's mine. How could you know anyway? How could you know if it was taken just now or not?
Dear me. You don't get it, do you? We've only got a penny to our name, so that coin felt as heavy to me as a bar of gold.
Eh?
I'm telling you, the moment it left my pocket, I knew. I felt myself getting a good few pounds lighter.
Yeah, exactly one. Actually, it wasn't even a pound, it was a shilling.
Yep, that coin has got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it.
What's the matter with you, eh? Mr. Naruto?
Huh? Me? Sorry?
When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away. Not an hour later.
Well, this isn't my fault. I haven't stolen anything.
And what about you, eh, Sholmes? I thought you were supposed to be a great detective.
Dear me, Mr. Strad. You took your time getting around to me, didn't you? I thought that long dispute was never going to end.
You only said, "Give us a minute" when we spotted you over the road and said hello. And that was 10 minutes ago, Ginny. We've just been standing here listening to you quarrel with this Bobby.
Do beg your pardon, madame. We shouldn't be troubling the public with police business.
That shilling belongs to us, doesn't it, Rolly?
Of course it does, my love. It's just for you and me, my darling.
This was just supposed to be a nice stroll with Iris and Mr. Sholmes before afternoon tea. Why did we have to run into another fiasco on Briar Road? I don't really see how we could be of any help, Gina. Well, there's no way of knowing who the coin really belongs to if it was just dropped in the gutter.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, Reno.
What?
I have a feeling I might know the answer to the question of whose coin that is.
Ah, my bright young fellow lodger. Let us hear your deduction.
Well, there's actually a reason why I suggested a stroll down Briar Road.
Oh? What reason?
You see, I was here yesterday and, well, I dropped a little something. So I wanted to come and look for it, while enjoying an afternoon stroll.
Don't tell me the coin is hers. Wait, you dropped something? You don't mean...
It was some pocket money that Hurley gave me.
As if she needs pocket money, miss. I've got $5,000 in my backpack. What's this, Iris? You dropped that, did you?
I'm sorry. I went to the market on Lime Street yesterday to pick up some herbs, you see. But on the way, I must have dropped it. The 1 shilling coin you gave me.
I can't tell if she's making this up or not.
Oh, I want Bob it. Yes, and while I thought back over to the route I took, I realized I must have dropped it here. Constable, you haven't seen it, have you? It's all my pocket money, and now it's gone.
Oh, she's totally doing this for just to get more money. Of course she is. Taking advantage of her position here as a 10-year-old.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that, young lady. What rotten luck, dropping your money like that. Sorry.
I dare say the constable and his companion could give you a run for your money with their wide eyes. It's all the same to you, Mr. Sholmes. I think I'd prefer not to be used as yardstick for looking guilty.
Well, it's not really in it, Iris. You dropped it, so ain't yours no more. Anyway, you know what they say, what goes around comes around, so don't feel bad.
And look, Iris, looks like you're going to get you... It doesn't look like you're getting your coin back.
Oh, I can't believe I've lost it. And straight after Hurley gave it to me as well.
Yes, regrettable indeed. I seem to recall that particular coin was rather significant.
What are they trying to do? What do you mean significant?
Well, to be specific, it was especially significant to you, Bruno.
Significant to me? Oh, you don't mean it was the coin from last night's wager?
The very same, my dear fellow.
What's this then? What wager? It was a game of poker, a duel between Hurley and Bruno. Poker? What? A tricky card game, you mean?
As a lawyer, I have the perfect poker face. You'll never be able to tell what I'm thinking, said he.
I see that playing poker runs in the family then.
But depriving Mr. Naruhodo of his entire fortune was even easier than finding that missing thoroughbred.
Clearly his bloodline improved over the years.
Oh, so infuriating. Reliving it now still makes me grit my teeth.
Sorry, Iris. I had every intention of paying you back the money I owed you, but you'll have to wait, I'm afraid.
Yes, I know. Don't worry. Next month is fine. Let me guess, Oro. Your fortune?
It was 1 whole shilling, my entire monthly stipend, and I lost all of it. As I handed over to Mr. Sholmes, I gritted my teeth so hard my gums started to bleed. Man, even today's money, a whole shilling doesn't sound like a lot.
Please, Reno, don't exaggerate. That's a horrible image. What about a lawyer who borrows money from a 10-year-old girl? Now that's a horrible image.
Why do I feel like my reputation with this couple has just fallen through the floor? I mean, they're probably not happy for, you know, ousting them as like a... Or at least like, her boyfriend is a bad cop.
There are few things more invigorating than taking a man for all he's worth.
Don't be so pleased with yourself, Hurley. It's not as if Reno ever had a chance of winning.
Wait, what? What do you mean by that?
Well, using that special ink I developed, anyone could...
Thank you, Iris. That will do. I'm sure this conversation is proving very dull for everyone.
She fucking cheated! I can't believe this.
What's done is done. The game is over now. There's no point crying over spilt milk.
Special ink, you say?
Well, sir, that sounds like the sort of risky business right up my alley.
Oh, Raleigh, I love your dauntless spirit. You laugh in the face of danger. Come on then, Iris. Spill it. What's this special ink about, eh? Ah, well, it's what's sometimes called invisible ink. All you have to do is write the suit and number on the reverse side of every card. And with the aid of some special glasses, the whole game is laid bare to you.
Wait, you were wearing glasses last night, weren't you, Mr. Sholmes? That's not suspicious at all. You said something along the lines of my eyesight appears to have suddenly worsened.
The moment you failed to question that as odd was the moment I knew I had won the game.
You just left it at that. Okay. Oh yeah, your eyesight worsened. You need light and glasses. Got it. Okay. Mind games, was it? Trying to throw me off with your eccentric ways?
So you're telling me Sholmes could see every card what Otto had?
What? But that's not mind games, that's blatant cheating.
My dear fellow, what an accusation. Would you honestly consider me a cheat? Please, I prefer trickster.
Whatever you call it, the game doesn't count now. Understand, Mr. Sholmes?
Dear me. Well, out of respect for the bad grace with which you take defeat, allow me to return your shilling.
Did you hear that, Gina? So give it here.
Let me out of this. Is there one Bob Bit's mine from the start? No question.
No, sir. That one Bob bit was lifted from this here Bobby's pocket only a few minutes ago.
So you keep saying. Come on then, where's the evidence? The law, right? It's all about evidence. I know my stuff.
You see, Mr. Naruhodo, use a trite excuse in court and others will parrot it.
Only whenever I do say that in court, it isn't a straight excuse, you know.
As I said, sir, that coin has got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it.
Well, I don't think we have the technology to test for blood, sweat, or tears yet. So you're gonna have to come up with some different evidence for the time being.
That's right, it has. Rolly's blood, sweat, and tears are the evidence. Blood, you say? Well, in that case, what's time? It's time for this. Do you think... Well, if there's any trace of blood on that coin, we'll soon know about it.
I thought she didn't introduce this until, like, the case after this one.
Alright, Ginny, hold very still. What?
Well, any blood on that coin? Look at that. See there on the coin? It's clearly changed color.
In other words, there is blood on this coin.
Once again, I said, sir, that would be my blood, sweat, and tears.
Oh, wait, I've seen blood turn that color before. Oh, yes, I know whose it is. I know whose coin it is. What? The rightful owner of this blood-stained shilling is... I don't know.
Huh? Me? And from the appearance of the blood, I would say it is quite fresh, and left within the last 24 hours.
Now, hey, hang on a second. How do you know his blood color? When would you have tested that? Within the last... Well, then in that case...
So, this coin what Shom's that awful order last night was the poker game? Oh, Bruno, do you mean you really did make your gums bleed?
I told you I was so infuriated to lose I had to grit my teeth as I handed over the money.
Blimey. You're as hard up as me about the sound of it. Well, I thought you had a proper job.
Come on, Gina, just hand it over, would you? This shilling, that's rightfully mine.
Fine. Alright then. Just stop your bleeding staring.
Well, I hope he has. It's not good that your gums are bleeding, after all. Ah, finally have it back. It's like a dream come true. This 1 shilling.
I didn't add that one in a bag and all. That's wonderful news, Reno. I'm so happy for you. Nothing, as you promised. I'd like my money back, please. This shilling I lent you before.
Ah.
You did say you'd pay me back out of this month's pocket money, didn't you?
Oh. Yes. Well then, I suppose.
My dear fellow, do be kind to your gums.
Looks like that shilling was always destined to be taken from you, sir.
For some reason, the phrase serves you right is floating around in my head.
So, Iris, as promised, here is the shilling I owe you.
Oh, you're repaying me already? Well, thank you. And next month would have been fine, though. What's it all about anyway? What are you doing lending Odo money for? Oh, yes. Well, actually, it's because I went to Lime Street Market yesterday to buy herbs. For Bruno. Herbs? For Odo?
Yeah, the tea Mr. Stato left behind is top quality Gyokuro tea, but it's just so bitter. So when Iris suggested mixing with some herbs to make it more palatable, I asked her to buy me some. Oh, this is taking place after case 5 then. Okay, never mind. Now the blood gun makes sense.
That's right. We made a special Japanese herbal tea with the leftover Gyokuro. I'm going to call it Susie's Special Blend. I do hope you all try it.
Excruciating bitterness clings to the throat, if you can persuade the bright green gloop to leave the cup.
Why, it sounds quite delicious.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's like you said, just drink the green gloop. It'll be fine. Perfectly safe.
Well, it would appear this shilling's brief adventures are now at an end.
Adventures?
You must agree, my dear fellow, that the coin has made a considerable journey since last night.
Let's see. Originally, it was the coin I was supposed to give to Iris to pay for her for the herbs. But then in our poker duel last night, it passed to you, Mr. Sholmes.
Who gave it to Iris to spend it, money? But then I dropped it here some time ago yesterday. Then my beloved Rolly found it a little while ago and picked it up, before it was lifted from my pocket by this here diver. I then used my favorite gun to show up the blood that was on it. And I let slip both Sholmes' little scam in his card game last night.
The annulment of which resulted in the coin returning to the ownership of Mr. Naruhodo.
Allowing me to pay Iris the money I owed her after all. For the herbs she brought in order to make Susie's special blend tea. What a ridiculous adventure that coin went on.
And now, after all that, the coin is resting safely in my pocket.
And before it's not anymore and she stole it again.
Yeah, you're right. That was an adventure. What are we supposed to take away from it, eh?
Well, this 1 shilling coin belongs to Iris and Iris alone, I think.
I cannot fault your observation, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Why do I get the feeling that Iris knew it was coming around to her from the very beginning?
Priceless, as they say. Well then, my dear fellow, how about this evening we indulge in some bitter tea and a bitter rematch? I'll even allow you to stake the coming month's spending money in advance.
I fold. Not after you cheated last time. Unless they get a new deck of cards. And then no one's wearing any glasses this time, regardless of their ability to see them. Alright, last one. This escapade takes place in the Old Bailey courtroom where the defendant is none other than Sholmes himself, and the charge is a most mysterious murder. Donosuke naturally advocates for the defense against the unflappable Reaper, Lord Van Zeeks. Sholmes' testimony calls the true culprit of the crime into question. Is this what it takes to get Sholmes in court? We couldn't get this in either of the games? Like, the most obvious plot point? Date unknown. This might not even happen. This might not even be canon. One second.
This court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. This is a most extraordinary case of murder. Counsels, I assume I may proceed.
This is gonna be a dream or something, isn't it? Has to be. Yes, my lord. The defense is ready. Okay, check the court record. If we actually get a court record, I will. I don't think I'm going to, though. I haven't had an inventory yet.
At your discretion, my lord. Very well. I hereby call upon the prosecution to introduce the case.
The incident in question took place 2 days ago. Late at night, the ground was blanketed with snow. The location of the incident was the residence of the accused, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Indeed. The now famous address of number 221B Baker Street, was it?
The address may have enjoyed fame once, my lord, but will henceforth enjoy infamy for this grim crime.
Yes, sir. Well put. The victim, Sir and Madame Rosie, was found asphyxiated in the accused's sofa. My word.
Objection!
Well, it's unclear as to whether the victim was actually killed in the defendant's suite or not. After all, when Mr. Sholmes left the room for only a brief moment, Madame Rosie somehow vanished herself out of his room completely.
Vanished herself, Counsel? The victim? Quite true, my lord. There is but one adjoining door between my drawing room and kitchen. Yet having brewed some tea in the kitchen, I returned to find my room completely empty. There was nobody else present. Ordinarily, my fellow lodger Iris would have been at home. However, on the day in question, she had been invited to a meeting of scientific society in the city. I'm afraid you have a propensity for exaggeration, sir. You'll claim the victim vanished herself, but really, it seems to me entirely plausible that she chose to leave via the main entrance to your suite.
So she's not dead then, so what's this about murder?
As it happens, my lord, the door to the accused's room was locked at the time from the inside. Very true, Inspector. Or as such, I can say with considerable surety that the victim did not leave via my front door.
But she was in your house, and the door was locked. Oh, but that means that no one unlocked it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, she wouldn't have had the key to relock it. Okay, never mind.
But what about, yes, she could have snuck out through a window.
Objection!
The windows in the room were not locked, it's true. And the victim had the opportunity, however.
However, there was snow all around the building outside, and our patch of it had been disturbed.
She flew away.
But my learned friend cared to explain how the victim could have left without leaving a trail. So the victim, Madame Rosie, somehow vanished from the scene before she was killed.
So if no one was murdered, then what's the problem? At worst, it's assault. This is an assault charge. This isn't murder.
Naturally, I was alarmed by the sudden disappearance of my guest.
Oh, maybe she snuck out the back door, yeah.
So I summoned this gentleman who resides in the attic room above my own, and we took a cab to Scotland Yard.
I can confirm that the defendant called for me. I saw his suite on my way downstairs. And yes, I'm quite sure it was empty, just as Mr. Sholmes has said.
When we reached the yard, this very detective happened to be there. Well, yes, you see, I was just in my office for a while, having got back from some important business.
Oh yeah, what kind of business, eh? Who were you secretly investigating this time? I mean investigating. And then, having explained the situation to the inspector, we traveled back to Baker Street together. Well, that time, there was no footprints in the snow around the building other than the ones we'd made.
Do I take it then, Counsel, that you personally witnessed the scene where the incident took place?
No, my lord. I went straight up to my bed in my own room in the attic. Inspector Gregson, however, was met with a most blood-curdling sight. On Mr. Sholmes' sofa, there was a vanished Madame Rosie, motionless.
So the victim was already dead when you discovered her, Inspector? No, my lord, not dead, but not far off it. Or she mustered all her remaining strength to say these dying words. That Rhoda, Sholmes, will be the death of me.
Okay, we're taking things a little too literally, I would think.
Ah yes, I overheard that remark at the time too, delivered in a rasping voice full of malice.
No. As those words indeed proved to be her last, the victim expired moments later, there on the sofa. The cause of death was identified as damage to the respiratory tract as a result of strangulation. Hey, does the accused dare to contest the inspector's account?
Certainly not. In fact, the inspector has done an unusually fine job of summarizing the salient points. Sholmes will be the death of me. Damning departing words indeed. In her final moments, the victim named her killer. You, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Objection!
Hang on here. But the defendant has no reason to take the victim's life. Perhaps you could tell the court, Mr. Sholmes, who exactly this Madame Rosie was.
Yes, of course. Did I never mention her to you? I'd extended an invitation to her that evening, though she is loquacious in the extreme. The most trivial of matters quickly becomes a quarrel. I was only too pleased to leave her presence to make tea.
Great.
It would appear then that the accused did in fact have a motive for silencing his heuristic guest permanently. Putting that tenuous motive aside, what about the other mysteries surrounding the case?
I'm inclined to agree with the defense. There remains a number of inscrutable details. The victim's alleged disappearance and subsequent reappearance, leaving no trail of footprints, for example.
That's right, the crime described by the prosecution could never have happened. Yet the victim names the accused in her dying breath. It seems to me that my learned friend has overlooked a significant detail here. Nonsense! What have I overlooked? The man in the dock, the so-called great detective, all too frequently makes the following bold claim. There is no crime beyond the realms of possibility, no mystery beyond my powers of reasoning. So, Mr. Sholmes, you will have no difficulty in explaining how the crimes thus described could have taken place. Therefore, I propose a toast to the great detective upholding his name. But of course, were I to put my mind to the matter, the crime could immediately appear to all present to be entirely feasible. Please, Mr. Sholmes, whose side are you on? All you need to say is, no, even I can't think of a way that a crime like that could have been committed. Why would he lie? That would be like him. Let's see accused of submission be noted by the court. Though the crime may appear impossible to us mortals of inferior mental capacity, is this man alone claims to know exactly how it was done. See, I can't help but think that Zeeks would never, even in sarcasm, say something like that praises Sholmes. This has to be a dream. Specifically Sholmes' dream.
Thank you, counsels. I believe I've heard more than enough to proceed to my adjudication. The accused's great detective did in some inscrutable manner willfully murder the victim, Madame Rosie. I therefore find the defendant...
We didn't even get a chance!
Let this man be taken from the courtroom and in some equally inscrutable manner be sanctioned for his crimes. Court is adjourned.
What the fuck?
Hold it!
The hell was this? My lord, please. The truth about the mystery surrounding this case are known to another besides the great detective. But this...
Upon my word, and Mr. Naruhodo, you are coming along wonderfully. You've deduced a fundamental truth about this case, I believe.
Which would be, detective?
But the truth of this case is known only to the true culprit, obviously. Is that not so, Gregson?
Oh!
What? Well, I suppose. Yes.
You don't mean... Are you suggesting, Mr. Sholmes, that you have an idea as to what actually happened that night?
An idea, my dear fellow. I could explain the entire incident from start to finish with not a single detail omitted.
Then please start explaining. For your own sake, really. It seems the detective has failed to grasp the situation.
Hey, Mr. Reaper, which of us has truly failed to grasp the situation, I wonder?
Then answer me this. You claim that prior to the incident, the victim suddenly vanished without a trace from your room. If so, how exactly did Madame Rosie disappear?
Why, naturally, via the window. It was ajar, after all.
But that can't be. The room is a whole story above street level, and anyway, no prints were found in the snow.
There are any number of ways one could avoid leaving tracks in the snow, surely.
And maybe, okay, if the room is like above street level, could she not have like gone out the window and like, I don't know, sidled around the side to somewhere where there was less snow so she didn't leave prints? Such as, maybe she climbed to the roof.
Such as flying, for instance.
Or that's possible too, I guess. Sure. Can't rule it out.
A fatuous notion. And to where do you propose the victim flew, Mr. Sholmes?
Is it not entirely plain? To the culprit's abode, of course. For, having left my suite, that is clearly where Madame Rosie was murdered. Or take a moment to consider the cruel irony, if you will. By her own volition, she flew directly to her death.
Objection!
Do you forget, Detective? The victim's corpse was discovered on your own sofa? No doubt, because her killer carried her back there. But what about the lack of footprints in the snow again, then? Well, there just weren't any. Other than our own from when we returned home ourselves. I think you just incriminated yourself. If by our footprints you refer to your own in mind, you are quite right. But there are those of another. On the night in question, there was one other person who could have conveyed the victim to my sofa. What? Good gracious! To whom do you defer, sir? A man whose somewhat unavailing presence at the scene of the crime would be questioned by no one. Unavailing? You don't mean... Indeed I do. A man who hastened to the scene directly upon learning of the incident at Scarlet Yard. Namely... You, Inspector Gregson. When you arrived at my address on Baker Street, you were carrying the half-dead Madame Rosie with you. You waited for a suitable opportunity and then laid the victim on my sofa.
I feel like it's a little early to be accusing Gregson of murdering people. I mean, we still got 5 more cases to go, you know what I'm saying? But we were with the inspector when he arrived. How could he possibly have been carrying the victim? We would have noticed.
My dear fellow, a most obvious answer presents itself, does it not? The inspector is rarely, if ever, without his overcoat, but the victim was simply conveyed in one of his many pockets.
Oh, of course. Sure. Yeah, right. No, why wouldn't I have thought of that? I mean, it's obvious now that I think about it. Duh. Just put her in the pocket. I fail to see what makes this detective great, but I can say one thing with great certainty. A human body cannot fit in the pocket of an overcoat.
I believe you may have all fallen foul of a rather significant misapprehension.
What?
Madame Rosie was not a human.
I beg your pardon? Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. If something troubles you, perhaps.
Whatever gives you that idea. Exactly what sort of creature was Madame Rosie?
Was it not apparent already?
A parakeet, of course.
Huh?
A most self-conceited specimen, in fact. A parakeet?
She was an incessant talker, I must say. Her manner was quite intolerable at times.
Wont to turn every conversation to a quarrel. I thought to strangle the creature on more than one occasion. You had a quarrel with a parakeet.
But of course! Why else would she have chosen to fly from my window so uncordedly that evening? To the abode of the inspector here beside me, no less.
To Inspector Gregson's abode. But why?
Because that was the parakeet's home, naturally.
Then what were you doing with the bird?
What are you? The inspector was called away from town for some days, so it was arranged I would look after the bird. But it would appear that she was overcome with a sudden yearning for a keeper, thus prompting her flight from my comfortable suite to the inspector's office at Scotland Yard. Well, Gregson, I believe it's high time you explained.
See, I figured something was up because they definitely didn't ever mention human. That was just an assumption that was made. I'm still not sure where this is going, though.
Give us your account of what happened that night, sparing no details, of course.
Inspector Gregson?
It was an accident. I got back from being away that evening, you see. I just walked through the door of my office. I never imagined Madame Rosie would be on her way back to the yard as well. I slammed the door shut behind me, and just as she was trying to fly through it.
So Madame Rosie...
She got sandwiched between the door and the frame and fell to the floor. Never to move again. Because of me. Well, I never. I had to do something, and just when I was trying to think of a plan, you fellows arrived talking about some incident at Baker Street.
Wait, so what incident happened at Baker Street then?
I had to hide Madame Rosie in a hurry. So I stuffed her in my coat pocket and got in the cab with the pair of you.
They didn't smell like a dead bird corpse at all in his pocket the entire time?
What could possibly have motivated you to behave in such a manner, Inspector?
Lord Strongheart, sir.
Ah, yeah, of course. Him. What? Lord Strongheart? Please tell me I didn't hear that right.
It was the Lord Chief Justice who asked me to look after the bird in the first place. She'd been living with the pigeons at the Supreme Court until then. But apparently the other birds had started to pick on her. So for the past 6 months or so, I've been caring for her in my office at the yard. I see. If anything happened to that bird, just imagine. No pay and no time off for the rest of my career. You mark my words, that's what's gonna happen.
It's okay, your career's only gonna last like another 6 months. I'm sure you'll live. Or not.
That's why well... But the victim's dying words, Inspector. The court heard earlier that Madame Rosie spoke the name of her silent on her deathbed.
That Walter Sholmes will be the death of me.
Well, I guess if it was a parrot, it probably just heard that from someone else.
Indeed she did. Quite uncalled for, wouldn't you agree?
I wonder who taught her that.
But those words are your true feelings, are they not, Inspector? Well, clearly you speak of me often at your office at the yard, in this disparaging manner. A manner that Mary Parakeet takes much delight in mimicking. Well, come on. I mean, have you read this month's edition of Ron's magazine, eh? I'm sorry.
This is all absolutely true?
So in the end, what did we learn? Gregson hates Sholmes? Tell me something new.
Something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks?
No, nothing. I almost drifted off for a moment there.
Was I not to drift off when you've been kept waiting 3 hours already?
I wonder if we'll manage to meet with Lord Strongheart at all today. We may have to deliver the report on the Winterbank case that he asked for on another day. Tell me, Inspector, what became of that bird?
Madame Rosie, you mean? Well, she had a narrow escape, but she's still alive. I delivered her back here not long ago, actually, on Lord Strongheart's orders. Well, he's opened the pigeons for accept her now.
It was something of a shock to hear that she'd been cussed in the doorway of your office. Oh, that wasn't a dream. Especially as we were all under the misapprehensions that Madame Rosie was a person.
Sorry about that. It was Lord Strongheart's the man that... good. You're here. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm exactly 3 hours, 24 minutes and 57 seconds late. Oh no, my lord. No, please don't trouble yourself. Nothing gives us greater pleasure than standing here doing nothing for hours on end. Heartily. So, Let's hear it then. Your report.
The Winterwegtal is concluded, but this is far from over. It seems that dark Far Eastern lawyer and I have some shared destiny. We will meet again, of that I have no doubt.
Did you see that, Lord Van Zeeks? Did you? Madame Rosie went flying off among the pigeons there. Happy as Larry she was.
Really, Inspector? You must be relieved.
So it was only partially a dream. Maybe they didn't show up in court for it. I knew it. I knew that Sholmes would never actually make himself apparent in court. The only way he could show up in court is in a fucking dream. God damn it. Now I have to wait for game 3 for him to show up in court. I'm bet you, if they do a game 3, case 1, it's gonna be Sholmes as the defendant. They have to do it now. It's expected. Well, that concludes Ace Attorney, the great Ace Attorney. Those are fun. I would actually say I like those a lot more than the 2 extra cases we got in, what was it, game 6 that came with that one? Well, they weren't in the Switch version, unfortunately, or the PC version, but those are pretty good. Sucks that they were locked to the 3DS. But I think those had the similar problem to the ones that were missing from here, where they were, I guess, like pre-orders of some sort or something like that. So I'm not really sure why they weren't exactly included in that package. But we have one final thing that I've been promising that we would do for our finale of Ace Attorney that some people were, I think, looking forward to. But considering that this series has gone on for like 2+ years, and we've seen many games and even more cases inside those games, I thought it'd be fun if we actually ranked everything. And I've been keeping notes since the start of our playthrough. Back in, what was it, 2024 now that I started playing all these games? Been keeping notes since then. Let me pull them up here for our perusal, so we can go through them all here. Make sure I do this right. So I have this all set up here. I didn't really set up how I was going to actually arrange everything so I could see what the hell I'm doing. What with chat needing to be on screen and all that. Well, I'm going to put this over here, and we're going to put this over here instead. That works, I think, a little better, although that's going to cover now, but we can just move those over there. Don't mind me. These are things you can't see anyways, and for good reason, because that would ruin the fun and suspense of this, I feel, if you could see them. But we're going to go through and rank every Ace Attorney case. All... how many of them do we have here? 50 something like that? Yeah, I think 55 here or so, by the looks of it, according to my spreadsheet. I don't think I missed anything. 55 cases, and however many games in that make up those cases. Because the thing about Ace Attorney, I think there's only 2 ways you can possibly do this justice. And that is, you should probably rate both the cases and the games as their own things. Because I think sometimes you can have a game with really good cases, but holistically the game itself kind of sucks. And you're going to probably see that a couple times on this list, where that is definitely true. So, let's get started here. We're going to do this in the order that I played them all in. So starting from Ace Attorney 1-1 and going all the way up to our most recent case with Great Ace Attorney 2-5. I figured that would be the best order because it would leave a little more room for suspense with the rankings here, because I think we know where some of these cases might fall, and if I did them in game order instead, it would definitely make it super obvious. So here we go. Number 1. The first case in the series. 11 games, 2 trilogy, Edward's Duel, GA Duel, and Blade. Exactly. 50-something cases. Well, technically, that's a number that I've kind of made up because it's a little hard to do that with at least one of the games. But anyways, that's fine. You know, I'll get to that when we get to that game. But here we go. Case number 1. of the first game, the first turnabout, the first case in the series. It's a pretty basic case. I think as a series starter, it's perfectly fine. It's a great way to, you know, get your feet wet if you've never played an Ace Attorney game before, at least, I would say. But that said, as a case, you know, if we're talking about this holistically, it was a little bland. In the grand scheme of things, maybe that's not fair to it. But I think overall, it was not the most interesting of cases, especially when we compare it to some of the highlights of this series later on. If we're taking this all in as a holistic playthrough experience, and unfortunately, yes, this is kind of small, but you'll see why they're small in a bit, because this had to be huge. This thing is like 10,000 pixels big. It was actually almost too much for the software to handle, but you'll see that this had to be this big, because these things, there's a lot of cases. There's like 50 of these things. They had to fit them all in here somehow. It had to happen. 1 and 1 and 1-2 reveal, yes they do, but let me counter that with that they are also tutorial cases. That's kind of was the point. This was a brand new series that no one's seen before. It made sense to kind of do that sort of thing, I think. I don't fault them for that, because it was just, they're not the only cases to do it. There's other cases in the series do it. A lot of the cases, in fact, in the main numbered series do indeed reveal the culprit right at the start. Because that's not always the point of it. You know, it's not about who did it, it's about how they did it, or why they did it. And maybe sometimes there's even more to it than that. Sometimes even the culprit in the intro is wrong. It's not exactly as it seems, so it's not like it really ruins the mystery. So I don't fault them for that. That's not the issue here. I just think, you know, 1-1, when you compare it to everything else, it's not a bad case. It's just not a great case either. It's a pretty normal case. It's pretty middle of the road. So that means a C rank here. A C rank's not bad by any means, as we'll see. It's not super great, but it's also not terrible. Also only 4 tier? Yes, only 4 tier. If I was to try and make this more granular, this thing would have been fucking huge. It's already big enough. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to upload this final image to like Discord or something. It's going to be massive. We're talking like, I don't even know how big this file is. I'd have to open it, but it's definitely multiple megabytes. This is a big image. But yeah, usually when I do tier lists, I only usually like doing 4. I think 4 is plenty. I don't go for the granularity that some people like to do when it comes to ranking things. I just go for, did I love it? Would I want to play it again? Did I like it enough to enjoy it? Did I think it was okay and I didn't hate it? And then did I absolutely despise it? That's kind of what this is for. It takes a lot for me to hate something. So if I actually put anything in D tier, you know it's bad. Yeah, I think 5 for me is just too much. And no, using a tier maker site, nah, that's not my style. That's not what I like to do. That's boring. Anyone can use a tier maker site. I prefer make my own tier lists. It works better. For my liking anyways. Especially when you have like 50 of these things. I had to make them actually, you know, be able to stand out here so you can tell what everything is. And yes, it's tiny, but this is at 100% right now. Actually, this is not even. This is 100%. I could have probably made these bigger, but then we've made this entire image bigger. Alright, number 2. Turnabout Sisters. The second case in the game. This is where we meet Maya. Or not Maya, Mia. And we find out that the police are super incompetent because Gumshoe exists. But, you know, well, we end up liking him later on. But, you know, in case 1 too, he's kind of a dumbass. As were most of the police portrayed back in that one. But this was like the first real case. You had an investigation scene and everything. I thought it was okay. It was kind of the only it does raise a problem that some of the Ace Attorney has, going back to the police being incompetent, in the evidence twists sometimes being a little silly and kind of nonsensical. Like, what do you mean you didn't think of turning over a receipt to look at the other side? I get it was limitations of the Game Boy Advance, but come on. Even then. At least now we have like full 3D evidence manipulation at all times, so you can't use that excuse anymore, thanks to Great Ace Attorney. But even with that, you know, we get introduced to a lot of the characters. I still thought it was a pretty good time. Mia is technically in 1-1, yes, briefly. But this was like the first real case with her. This is when we like actually get introduced to her for realsies. And of course, it also introduces the fun and definitely not overused trope of the series of Mia being in danger in like every single game. There has to be one case in every game where she's the defendant. It's just tradition at this point. Even when she's not even like present in half the games anymore, she's still somehow there, causing trouble. So this one, I did put it in a B. I liked it more than the first case, and that might have just come down to the fact it was a full case, whereas this one was just like a pretty basic trial. I did like it more than the first case for sure. I get mixed up. Yeah, don't mind me. Just pretend I said the names the other way around then. But yes, the main problem I had with this one, I did enjoy it enough. I think Red White is great. I think he's an awesome villain. The butler kind of just, or the waiter, whatever, busboy, doesn't really make an appearance, but he's there for a bit. But Red White's great. He's like probably one of my favorite villains. If we were doing like a villain tier list for Ace Attorney, he would definitely be up there. So I think he kind of elevates this whole thing. And that's kind of why I like him more than C. I mean, than this one. Because like, I mean, this one's just a tutorial case, you know. You can't really blame it too much, but at the end of the day, it has to go somewhere. Alright. That brings us into case number 3. So now we've had all the tutorials out of the way, we can have a real case to finally. And also Edgeworth is introduced, of course. So, you know, that's a bonus over this guy. Whatever tutorial man name, I always forget his name, Payne. Appears in every game, he's just like the butt of the joke every time he appears. Although it's a funny joke, so I can't complain too much. But Turnabout Samurai. There is, the investigation portion of this game is a little confusing, and this is kind of a problem that a lot of the early Ace Attorney ones, especially the GBA trilogy, has, where it's like you don't know where to go half the time, and you might have just missed some like random object on the screen that you don't really think about. So it's easy to get lost, and 1-3 is definitely up there. That said, I still enjoyed it quite a bit. And we do have it up here in A tier. Yes, fucking Windbag is introduced, and we all hate her. I hate her very guts, and every time she appears. But even aside from her, I like the plot of this one quite a bit. I thought the mystery was really good. Yes, the investigations were kind of annoying, but it's definitely one of my favorites, especially in Game 1. Yeah, Pain of various levels. We see him, we see his cousin, we see his second cousin, we see his like ancestor. We see his like somehow tricked the entire country into thinking he was a great person. What other pains were there? There's a number of them. Even in Apollo Justice, we couldn't escape him. But yeah, Turnabout Samurai, very good case. Love the setting, love the mystery around it. A couple of characters kind of annoying. Kind of sucks that they ended up being mainstays, but oh well. We eventually got past all that. Alright, case number 1-4. So this was originally the finale of Game 1, before the DS remake added a bonus case. And this is where you have to defend Edgeworth, of course. And you get the big plot dump about everything. You face off against Von Karma, who is a great prosecutor. So I think you see where this one might be going. Is of course also an A tier. I think a lot of people agree this is like one of the better cases in the series. At least I hope so, because I thought it was. Von Karma especially is like a highlight of this. It might be one of the longest cases in the series, but that doesn't matter when it's that good. Alright, and we have the bonus case, case 1-5, Rise from the Ashes. This one was... I don't know about this one. This one was kind of... It had its moments, but like, man, I just did not care for like half the characters in that case at all. Marshall sucked. I don't care if he has my name. I hated him. He was boring. The fucking lunch lady was also boring. The puzzles you had to try and do were infuriating, not because they were impossible to solve, but just because they were like very annoying to navigate and actually like manipulate. Fuck that jar. Fuck trying to click on the right point in that video. That music was not helping. It just overall was like it wasn't terrible, but like, man, it was annoying. I wish it could have been better, because like it had a great premise and everything, and it was like a cool little teaser of what was to come later. But man, was it just infuriating trying to play through that thing sometimes. Gran was good though. Not quite as good as Von Karma, but he was still pretty good. Yeah, the video in jar sucked. It wasn't that bad on the 3DS. The jar was better on the 3DS, and I'm going to stand by that. Somehow they fucked up the controls in the trilogy. And I don't know how they managed that, but they did. Especially on PC. How do you manage to fuck up mouse controls on a game that was originally designed for touchscreen? I do not understand, but it was not helping matters at all. I played it on both versions. It was still bad either way, for sure. Good way to set Emma for the Apollo trilogy. Oh, for sure. I mean, we're gonna get into the Apollo trilogy soon. I definitely have my thoughts on that one, but it was a good setup for that. It was cool that they went through the effort of making a fifth case for sure that took advantage of the DS. I like the overall plot. Just there was a lot of stuff inside that plot that kind of sucked, and I'm just glad we're past that one. All right, so with that, that is all 5 cases of Game 1, which leads us over to the second part of our ranking here, and that is we need to rank the games themselves, because again, the games sometimes I think holistically the games can be a different feel than the sum of their parts. If you were to just take an individual case out, maybe that could be a really fun time. But then sometimes the game itself may just end up, sucking overall because they try and do a plot that doesn't work. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe the game has a great plot, but then, there's like 1 or 2 stinker cases in there or something. So that's why I decided to rank the cases and the game separately. You think a B for this one? That's a pretty good guess, because you'd be right. I would also think it a B. I think just between like the cases that were there only being like 2 good ones and then like 3 kind of okay ones. This is of course based on like the modern version with all 5 cases in it. I mean, it didn't really have an overall plot. They put a plot in case 4, and that was kind of it. Plot. I would say this is the one Phoenix Wright game without an overarching plot, or at least one that they attempted. Maybe Game 2 is a little bit like that too, but being the first game in the series, I can't really fault it too much for that. But yeah, there's definitely games that I enjoyed a lot more, but there's also, some games that I didn't like quite as much. And we'll find out what those are soon. If you take 1 case out, the game is awesome. 2, 3 in a nutshell. Okay. I see you looked ahead on the video timeline here that doesn't exist. All right, I see how this is going. All right, well, speaking of which, we do have Game 2 now. 2-1, The Lost Turnabout. This one was a kind of a neat way to do a tutorial again, because, Phoenix Wright should probably know how to be a lawyer by this point, but someone clunked him over the head with a fire extinguisher, and that wasn't very nice. So unfortunately, he kind of forgot how to lawyer for a little bit, which is kind of funny. But, it was all right. You know what? Not really a lot of notes on this one, but I did kind of enjoy it more over the tutorial in the first game. So it's going to be up here in B tier. Yeah, it's a tutorial case, but it was a really fun one, and it had a silly premise, and I enjoyed it for that. Not really much more to say on it. Yes, also to present people. We'll get into that. So that's another reason why I do the game ranking separately, is because each game has its own gimmicks and features to each other. So you can't really rank those, I feel, per case. You got to rank those as a game, and that was one of the main reasons I decided to do a separate ranking for games in the first place, was actually because of Game 2 introducing people presentation, and also the Cyclops, as we're introduced in Case 2 too, where we go to Maya's hometown, and we meet her family, and then once again find ourselves defending Maya. But unlike, the last game with 1-2, again, I think they just, overall, Game 2 kind of just improved things quite a bit. Case 2 was a lot of fun. I think it was cool running around the town, and honestly, the case with, what's her face? I forget the defendant slash also later on. No, was that Game 3? That was Game 3. But the perpetrator of this case, it was pretty fun. And then like it was a cool way to like, you know, play with the idea of, it was a hint of what's to come with like the whole idea of like spirit channeling. So I think that aspect was really cool. It was like, is Maya guilty? I mean, she channeled a spirit. Should that really be her fault? Turns out it wasn't her fault at all. It was someone else entirely. But it was a cool concept. And as we'll see in Game 3, you know, that was played out a little more, I think. Yeah, socially awkward Pearl. I'm glad she came back, though, even if it was just like for a short time in 5. I hope we get to see more of her in the future. But yeah, Pearl's nice. I like her. All right. Well, I don't think there's much to say about this one that I have never said before, and definitely never have mentioned in the past, ever. So we're just going to put it down here because we all know where this one's going. Probably the worst case in the series, by far. I mean, there's a reason I use it as the lowest possible bar when it comes to comparing it to every other case. At least, you know, it doesn't matter how much I hate a case, at least it's not Turnabout Big Top. That's not saying much, but it's there. Horrible logic, boring characters. I hated the setting. There is no redeeming factor about this case. And like, it just, honestly, above all else, the fucking logic at the end just was infuriating and made zero sense even for Phoenix Wright. Like, literally physics defying shit. And the bullshit that was pulled by the perpetrator himself at the very end, like, wow, he had the evidence on him the whole time and no one noticed? Yeah, fuck that. No, absolutely not. Move to the bottom right corner just to extenuate it. Yeah, you know what? I will. We're gonna put it right down here. It doesn't even deserve to be here. We'll put it right down here. There you go. We'll leave it there for now. In the shame corner of D tier. That's like the absolute worst possible place you could be. You know what's funny? The director of the game thinks it's like one of the highlights of the series. Despite the fact he wrote this thing drunk, supposedly. Supposedly he was like very drunk when he wrote 2-3. He still considers it one of the highlights of the series and like an example of what Phoenix Wright should be. I don't really know what aspects he was looking at there, but I'm not sure I could agree with that. Now, we go from one of the worst cases to probably the best case in the game, and that is 2-4. I mean, the whole kidnapping thing, yeah, sure, okay, Maya was like also in trouble again, but this whole thing was so good. The whole like kidnapper ransom, blackmailing you into like trying to get him a not guilty verdict even though he was clearly fucking guilty. I mean, that's a thing that they use a few times later on in the series, but it was just done so well in here. That's like top case for me for sure. Matt and Guard was just Chef's Kiss. Yeah, he was in this one too, right? Yeah. Like, this whole case was just perfect. Absolutely phenomenal end to the game for sure. Now we get into the game ranking here. So, I really like the Cyclops. I thought they were a fun way to introduce evidence presenting in the main, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you did a little bit of that in Game 1 with, like, giving them to people while you were talking with them. But I think I really like the way that they use Cyclops to kind of make it the forefront, was presenting evidence. And there were, like, actual puzzles in this one. Like, you had to, you would be introduced to a Cyclops, and then you had to go and find the evidence and figure first, and then go back and figure out if you had the right evidence yet to present to the person. That was really good. They fuck up Cyclops so bad in the Apollo trilogy, the few times it's used. But here it's like, it's one of my favorite mechanics. And then yeah, like expanding with like the people, presenting people as evidence that you can just do at any time. That was also really good. Really just like expanded the amount of answers you have, which kind of adds some complexity to the puzzles. That all said, it's still only a B. And that's kind of mainly because Franziska doesn't really get a whole lot of plot of her own. Like, even Edgeworth in Game 1 had more of a backstory and a proper plot to him than Franziska did. And Edgeworth only got, like, all that in one case. Franziska got, like, nothing. She was like, oh, I'm gonna come and avenge my father. I can't believe you bested Edgeworth. He's such a stupid prosecutor. I'm gonna take revenge for him and like bring back honor to my family or some shit. I loved her, but like that was her entire like plot. It's a good thing she had more character development later on with investigations, but man, that was it. And then not to mention, it's also, you know, the game that has Big Top Turnabout. That's kind of a stain on it, if you ask me. Nothing's redeeming that one, unfortunately. Hate to say it, but if you're gonna be the game with Turnabout Big Top, yeah, you're definitely not going to A rank. In fact, if you present any male person to Larry, you get him saying, "Sorry, Nick, I just can't get into men." Damn. I don't think was he. Did you tell him that he was which hole he was trying? Maybe he was trying the wrong spot. All right, game number 3. This one's gonna be good. So game number 3 is kind of the end of the original Phoenix trilogy, and it was also the first game to have 5 cases in the series, because games 1 and 2 technically only had 4 originally. But this was the first one with like 5. It was also the first real time that they kind of tried an actual overarching storyline for real, which, yeah, it's kind of why the first 2 games were just not as good. I like that aspect a lot. But first we have Turnabout Memories, the tutorial case for this game. This one was a flashback type one. That's how they excused the tutorial this time. We weren't playing as Phoenix, we actually were playing as Mia in one of her first trials, which at first it seems pretty innocent, but it turns out later on that was pretty it was actually very more plot relevant than we thought. Yeah, a tutorial from Mia to defend Nick, which made it amazing. So that's why, yes, it's a tutorial, but it's also here. It wasn't my favorite of the whole thing. I think just overall the way Phoenix acted was, I mean, yeah, he was young, so I guess fine. I still don't really like that aspect. That's the only reason it's in B tier. It's just the other characters, the defendant and the witnesses, not quite as good as the rest. But, you know, playing as Mia was cool. Seeing her first case was cool. Seeing like a flashback to like Nick in his early days was cool. It was super relevant, surprisingly, which is also really cool. But yeah, you know, the witnesses are a big part of it. I know. That's why I'm putting it down here, unfortunately. Yeah, Nick was in Young and then Live. He was also just stupid. I think that's just a nice way to say he was stupid. Now that's it. Gonna spoil something right now here, but the rest of these cases are all bangers. They're great. First, we have the Stolen Turnabout, which just, you know, it was started out as a non-murder case, and yes, it did turn into a murder case eventually, as is tradition. And it was a tradition that I was hoping would eventually be broken. Took like another 7 games before we got to Great Ace Attorney for it to happen, unfortunately. But it did eventually get broken, but it still was a nice mix-up. We didn't start out with a murder right away. It kind of turned into one later on. Of course, we get introduced to Godot. Probably the best prosecutor. Fuck Edgeworth. I want him back. Of course, we can't get him back. He's in jail now. He's probably dead. But it's a shame we're never going to get him back. He was way cooler than Edgeworth. Everything about Godot was great. Yeah, the fake out theft case and the murder. It was perfect. It was such a good time. And then we get case number 3, Recipe for a Turnabout. I think some people didn't really care for this one too much. I actually liked it quite a bit. I thought the setting was fun. It was kind of cool doing like the whole the mafia, like a little bit of a tie to the mafia thing, which I thought was kind of cool. I forget his name, but the guy you end up facing off who ended up actually doing the crime, he was great. I liked him a lot. And you know, Maid Cafe, Maya was whatever. I mean, that's whatever. That was just kind of there. That was probably like the weakest aspect of this, because it was just kind of there. But the rest of it is really cool. I mean, we even had like a fake Phoenix. He almost got blamed for the crime. That was sick. And then we have Turnabout Beginnings. Another flashback case. This time it was Edgeworth's first case. So even Edgeworth makes an appearance in this game. Everyone is here. And again, it was super plot relevant, because all of these cases were. This was such a good story. You see where this is going. And then we end off with what I kind of consider like a series finale, you know? Everyone came back. It was a big reunion. They're all working together to solve the case. I can't think of a single negative aspect of this case, personally. All parts of it are good. There's so many ups and downs, so many twists to it. I was like, where's Maya this whole time? What do you mean this guy drew a flaming bridge? What was that about? So good. I wish, if there is like any case I wish I could forget and replay, it would be this one for sure. Yeah, you even got to play as Edgeworth for defense. Like, don't ask how that works. You know, it's Phoenix Wright. Who cares? But yes, that was an amazing time and probably one of my favorites. And that really, all of that is why, of course, this is probably one of my favorite games in the series. Is Trials and Tribulations. Like this is like the bar for what Phoenix Wright should be, in my opinion. It was a great way to end the original trilogy, I think. All right, so now normally Game 4 would be next, but that's not how we streamed them. We did not stream Game 4 yet. We streamed Phoenix Wright or Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, the crossover game. Now this game was a little different because it was not structured like a Phoenix Wright game. It was structured like a Professor Layton game. And the cases themselves, they weren't really defined cases. So I only really count the trial portions of this more than anything. For this one, I didn't really rate the whole walking around thing because anytime you were outside the courtroom, it was a Professor Layton game. It was not a Phoenix Wright game. Yeah, sometimes you talk to people and sometimes you had some questions, but it was pretty much just all Professor Layton. It was only the court trial. So this game gets the exception. We don't rate these for their investigation portions because it didn't have any. And as far as I'm concerned, it didn't really have any. If anything, it deserves S's Game 3. Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't do S, I just do A through D. So, you know, you can kind of consider AS if you want. I mean, I don't think there's anything really wrong with that, for sure. All right, so starting off with the versus game, we have case number 1, the tutorial for this one. It was Phoenix Wright going to London and holding a case there. This one was, it was pretty bland. I mean, it was kind of cool because they did some new things for the time because it was the first 3D Phoenix Wright game. So they tried to do some more stuff with like the way that some of the puzzles were solved. And not just in like evidence manipulation, but they could use things to demonstrate how things were solved in a way that you couldn't really do in 2D, at least not well, not without a lot of extra legwork. So that was kind of neat. Obviously, the way you talking to witnesses and cross-examining them was pretty different being all in 3D. We got some very funny breakdown moments, of course, during that case because again, it was all 3D models. So they went all out with like the new medium that they had access to. It was no longer a 2D game. They could go full 3D. And I thought that worked pretty well. But like overall, the case plot itself was like, it was pretty basic. It was just kind of there to introduce Phoenix to London more than anything. So yeah, it's a whatever tutorial case for sure. I would almost say the first turnabout is definitely better than English turnabout for sure. So yeah, that one's there. That said, the rest of the game, I think, fared a little better. And so it takes us into case 2. So this is like after quite a bit of Professor Layton gameplay by this point. But we do get introduced to the more mainstay parts of the game, being the multi-witness cross-examinations, very much like Great Ace Attorney later on. And also the use of magic as a piece of evidence. So this one was a little better. It doesn't, there's not too many changes with the gameplay, but having the drastic setting, I think, made this a very, like, stunning case for the time anyways. Like, it really changed things up. Like, yes, we all know what the plot of this game ends up being, but in the moment, it's like, whoa, we got magic in this game about facts and logic? What's that about? Kind of cool. So I like the plot of this one quite a bit. But yeah, it was, you know, at least it was definitely better than English Turnabout, that's for sure. The other two cases, though, in this one, I think, like, the later parts of this game are where things really shine. Because that's when, like, I think by this point the plot, like, really picks up. I mean, this is, like, pretty much at the climax. This is when Layden, like, gets disappeared. We don't know where he is. We think he's dead because he got apparently turned into a statue. So that was weird. But the whole, like, plot surrounding, like, the spell and everything that was used, there's a lot of back and forth on that during the trial. I thought that was really cool. I just like this plot a lot. That was just one of my favorite cases in this game for sure. Yeah, exactly. Magic's just science we've yet to explain. Well, when you think about it, you know, people like to compare magic and, like, as, like, anti-science, but, you know, if magic has rules, doesn't that make it science? Think about it. What are physics? Physics are literally the laws of the universe. If magic can have rules, that just makes it a branch of physics. There's rules to this magic, that makes it science. That's how you can have it in a Phoenix Wright game, because there's things that are right and wrong about the way magic works in this system. Also, case number 4, the finale of this game was, like, really good. Yeah, I could say some things about the Professor Layton aspect being a little on the easier side compared to some of the other Layton games, but that's okay. It was still a really good finale. I like the way everyone came together. The fact he had to, like, face off against Layton was, like, I mean, you know, you kind of saw it coming considering it was in the name, but it was still really cool. It was a great way to finish that game off, I think. Now, as for rating the game itself, I am going to rate this kind of partially on the Layton side, because that is obviously a big part of the game. And I think as a crossover, you know, these are two series that are, like, made for each other. I think they work perfectly together. And I would love to see another, like, a Layton versus Phoenix Wright 2. Maybe it doesn't even have to be Phoenix Wright. You know, do Apollo Justice or something. I don't care. But I think overall, the game's just that good. I've seen some people, like, think it's a bit weak when it comes to a Professor Layton plot, but I honestly don't think so. I think if you're familiar with the series, it's not that out of line compared to some of the other stuff. Especially Unwound Future, and at least somewhat of Game 4. I haven't finished the fourth Layton game yet, but it's starting to, from where I stopped off last, it seemed like it was going in the same direction. It's kind of what Layton's known for. It's like things seem mystical and unexplainable at first, and then it turns out it's just like some wacky science, just like Phoenix Wright. You know, it's like, again, they seem like they're made for each other, I would say. So yeah, Layton versus Phoenix Wright is definitely one of my favorites. It's a little unfair considering it's like 70% Layton and like 30% Phoenix Wright, I would almost say. But it's still a Phoenix Wright game, so it counts. I've not finished the prequel trilogy, no. That's why I want to stream them. Like, people have asked me to stream the Layton games, and I've thought, yeah, you know what? Sure. It's been long enough since I played the original trilogy of Layton that I probably forgot all the solutions to the puzzles. So that could be interesting. And I've only played a little bit of The Last Spectre, the fourth DS game, before they moved on to 3DS. I have not finished any of the other ones. And then there's a new one coming out, so maybe it's about time we play through them. I already have other plans for things to play first. The Layton series is pretty long, almost like Phoenix Wright, so I want to play something a little shorter. We're definitely doing another visual novel series. I'm going to say that right up front. But I want to do something a little shorter, a little different. So we will get to Layton eventually. I would like to play the new game though, for sure. So I need to catch up on the series if we're going to play that one, definitely. But no, I can only really say I've played the first 3 games, and of course now I've played the crossover twice. Alright, so after we did the Versus game, it was just in time for the Investigation Duology collection to come out. So perfect timing. That's why we've got Miles Edgeworth Investigations 1 up here. Now this is a very different game. It doesn't play like a Phoenix Wright game at all. There's a little bit of the back and forth of a cross-examination, sort of, but it's not in court. And you also get free movement. It's like a full, like, control game, and I really hope that, I would love if that was like a mainstay for the series now. I don't think it's going to be, I think they're going to probably stick to the usual style if they make a new Phoenix Wright game, but man, would I love for it to play more like Investigations, because that was so good. I know a general plot of the first 3 and probably know the puzzles when they show up, but not seen the others. Oh yeah. Yeah, 2.5D right. I don't even call it 2.5D. I mean, it's just top-down right. I actually, funnily enough, before we start this, I did play another game that played, it played pretty much like Investigations did. It was made in RPG Maker, and it was literally an Investigations style game. It was with Toho. It was Toho Investigations, essentially. But yeah, it was like, I mean, RPG Maker's just perfect. I don't know why I haven't seen more of that. Like, I'm surprised more people haven't done like Miles Edgeworth style gameplay in like RPG Maker, because that's like the easiest engine to make that shit in. But it worked really well and it was fun. It's like that gameplay just works for like a Phoenix Wright style game. It'd be great to have more of it, for sure. Investigation was originally 2.5D on DS. Was it? Did it use 3D models though? I mean, it just seemed top down like normal 2D sprites. Because that's how it was on the collection. They just remastered the sprites. I don't know. Anyways, so the first case in this duology was, I mean, again, you know, it's a tutorial case, but being Investigations, it was different, at least. I think the best aspect of it is cool just seeing like Edgeworth and Gumshoe team up, which is something you don't really get to see because you're playing from the other side of the bench most of the time. So it was cool seeing that like duo. It felt like a buddy cop type thing. You know, we got Edgeworth like yelling at Gumshoe, but you know, eventually he comes around to him by the end of the series. But it was just, that team up was just so good, and I wish we could see more of that at some point. But yeah, game 1, it was a really good tutorial case. There's just other cases that I liked more, mostly in this game. But they actually, I think this was like one of the first times where they didn't show the murderer right off the bat. Well, I guess Versus kind of counts. In fact, you can even see in this cutscene here that it lied to the player, making you think Estelle did it when obviously she didn't. But here, like, I think they straight up just they keep them concealed. Like, they show them, it's a silhouette, but they keep them concealed, which is, I think, one of the first times. I don't remember if any of the other trilogy did it. But that was kind of a nice thing. So, yeah, it was a fun little case, walking around the office. It was pretty small and short, but, you know, it was good for a tutorial. I thought it was all right. Case number 2, Turnabout Airlines. This is where things really start to pick up, I think. Yeah, the way the plot works in this one's a little different. This is technically a flashback, because you actually play the last case first, and then you kind of just work your way back. It's like, well, let me tell you how I got here. And so you kind of work through like the last couple of days as Edgeworth recounts everything, going through some big important case. But I really like Turnabout Airlines. It was a really cool setting for a case. I don't know, something about mysteries in confined, really small spaces, I just really like. Like, if you put a mystery on a train, if you put a mystery in like a house, like a single house, or in this case, like an airplane in flight, that's great. You got my attention. I like that. I like it when like the mystery is just confined to a single location like that. You know, go watch the Clue movie if you haven't yet. It's great. Probably the best board game adaptation as a movie you'll ever see. And I don't think anything could ever possibly top it. They have the silhouette of Kay pointed the gun at Edgeworth and opening. Yeah, but you know what? In my defense, I didn't recognize him until way later. So, and even then, it kept me on my toes. Like, wait, is this really Kay? I mean, I don't know. Just, I remember not guessing right away who it was. It was hard to tell. Maybe I'm just stupid. Alright, number 3. Unfortunately, I didn't like number 3. I don't like him. I don't care for him. The less time he spent on screen, the better. He was just alright at best. The Kay herself is kind of okay. She kind of grows on me later on, but her introduction was also kind of meh. I think they kind of wasted the setting as well. It was in a theme park, but you only get to see like 2 areas. And also, maybe it was also, again, just me being stupid, but that ending, like, deduction inside the haunted house was kind of confusing. and I just remember it not making a whole lot of sense. So that's probably the low point of this game, because the next two cases, yeah, they're both great, and they're both going up here. So we have Turnabout Reminiscence. This was a flashback. We actually get to go and explore the courthouse. The judge was an NPC that we talked to multiple times. First time we had that. Never given him a name, but that's okay. I thought that was really cool. It actually kind of made me like Kay a lot more, seeing this flashback. And of course we got more Gumshoe, so that was always good. There was a big focus on Gumshoe on that one. Yeah, NPC judge. It was great. Like, I mean, yeah, he's technically an NPC in every single game, but you know what I mean. We had to interview him. He was a witness. It was a really good time. I thought that one was really good. And then the finale was also really good. This was long as shit, though. Like, there was some monologue in here that rivals that of, like, 1-4 and 1-5. This was an insanely long case. But I was okay with that. I thought the overall plot, like, the stakes were just high enough that it made it interesting. Going back and forth between the two embassies I thought was kind of cool. There was, like, some, like, you kind of had to play a little bit of spot the difference, like, because they were so similar and yet they were different. Yeah, what's his face was also pretty present in it wherever he was. This guy. I don't remember his name. That's how unmemorable he was. I don't remember his name at all. But even, you know, short of that, it was still, I really like this one a lot. Yeah, Lang. I just did not care for Lang at all. That was, yeah. I'm glad he wasn't in the sequel. I think the sequel did a little bit of a better job at that. So, yeah, all that said, I mean, really cool idea for a spin-off. I would be so down for an Investigations 3, no matter how they spun it. Would I like if Edgeworth was in it? For sure. Does he necessarily need to be? Maybe not. We could probably do it with, like, someone else. We've got a few other prosecutors since then that we could work with. Blackquill? Anyone? Maybe? He could be kind of neat, I guess. He'd probably have his own way of doing things. But I don't know, maybe Edgeworth is the only one that, like, has the personality to go and actually have this kind of an adventure. So who knows how they would do it, but Investigations 3 would be super cool. I'd be so down for it. And again, the gameplay, like the overall gameplay and everything, would love to see that again. I don't think that needs to be stuck on just a side series like this. Alright, that brings us over to Investigations 2. So this one, I think, really picks things up quite a bit. And, oops, stop that, there we go. I think this one does, like, a way better job at, it just fixes a lot of the little problems that the first game had. Yeah, the first game had a plot, but then, like, 2, I think, did a better job with the plot. There was the tutorial case. I think this is this the first? Yeah, this is the first tutorial case that we're putting in A rank, because that's just how good of a case this was. It felt like a full case. Like, the tutorial in the first Investigations, you know, it was kind of, it felt about the same length as, like, any other tutorial, but this, like, felt like a full proper case. There were some really cool twists with it. It didn't feel like a tutorial. It just felt like any other case. Like, it could have been like a case 2 or 3 of, like, another game, and it would just fit right in. But it was also done really well, and it set up, like, the game's plotline pretty well, in my opinion. Yeah, and Logic Chess was now introduced, so it's, like, even better. I don't know, I think they could have done a little... Logic Chess was good. I mean, it's kind of hard to have something like that in a game where you can't fail, per se. Like, you always have to eventually find the right answer. But, yeah, I mean, that's just how Phoenix Wright is. Like, you know, eventually you will get it right. It's easy to brute force because there's not really, like, a fail path in any Phoenix Wright game. But yeah, Logic Chess was a cool upgrade. It just felt like a really good upgrade to like the system that was already in place of, like, talking and like arguing with people, kind of like a cross-examination, but not really. Case number 2, the prison case. This case was really fun. I like her a lot. I think she was a great, like, foil to Edgeworth. I'm not going to really even call her a villain, because I don't think she really was. But this is a way better character than Lang. Lang sucked. She's great. The courtroom, the prison was really good. It was kind of cool seeing the prison that you go to in like every single Phoenix Wright game, just like the courtroom. It was cool, like exploring it. I thought the idea of treating them as animals was certainly something, and I think it really played into the villain's personality quite a bit, even though you didn't know he was the villain at the time. But at the same time, it was a great opportunity to see a lot of like past Phoenix Wright characters and seeing like where they've been this whole time and how they've been treated in prison. And clearly it wasn't very well if they're literally being turned into a zoo, but it was still really funny all the same. And yes, it did have the presence of at least one character from Turnabout Big Top. It's okay though. It was a very small presence. It's fine. Yeah, we got to see Frank as well. And he actually, you know what? Frank was the best in this one. Like, he had such a character arc in the span of like the 2 games. It was really good. It was kind of neat seeing him like somewhat helpful actually. But you know, he was still like a little untrustworthy, like because he was a criminal. But it was still neat seeing him like that. All right, so then we get into case 3. So this is where things get really interesting. You want to talk about like potential investigations sequel ideas? Let's get a game with just him, Edgeworth's dad, for the whole thing. Because the way they melded these 2 cases together was so good. And the setting was great. Everything about this was great. It was just... I love like how you had to jump back and forth between the past and present. And like things you figured out in the past were like relevant to the case as that was happening now. Because there's a lot of parallels between the 2. I would love to play a full game as just him. I was actually surprised how well they developed this character that had basically just a one-off scene, like he was just a footnote as a victim in a previous case, and then they turn him into a real character. It's so good. Case number 4. This was like a really plot-heavy case. It was all about Edgeworth and whether or not he was fit to be an attorney. Spoilers, he kept his badge by the end of the game. Well, actually not the end of the game, but later on, you know, he kind of got it back, changed his mind. Still, really good. It was much more plot heavy than the previous few cases, but it worked really well. K with Amnesia, yeah, that was like really interesting because I wasn't sure how that was actually going to go, and I think it actually worked really well for her. Like by this point, I really like Kay, and anytime she showed up on screen was a good time. Like she really, Kay, game 2 just I think improved her a lot overall compared to the first game. Just felt like a bit of an annoyance in the first game, but she really turned to like a proper like Maya equivalent by the second game. And then we had the finale of case 5. So again, this guy was really annoying. Eustace was pretty annoying, but he was annoying in a fun way. Like I didn't mind when he showed up on screen. It's like, oh boy, what's he gonna do this time? And then by the end of this, it's like, oh, okay. Well, I kind of feel bad for him. It works super well. Like this tied this whole game together. Just like game 3, the plot of Investigations 2 was just so good. Like everything about it. It sets the bar for the Investigations games, which is why I put this game up here. Because I mean, obviously, there was not a single part of this game that I hated. If there was like an entire game I wish I could really play again, it would be this one. Because it just, every case was so good. All the characters are great. They had awesome arcs. It all just worked out really well. Simon? Oh, I'm trying to remember. He was oh yeah, Simon Says. Yes. I remember him too. Yes, he was also really good. He was the villain of the final case, right? I actually don't remember. I remember him like vaguely. I just don't remember exactly how he was involved. I mean, it has been almost a year since we played this game, to be fair. Alright, so with the spin-off games out of the way, we finally move into the Apollo trilogy. The lesser trilogy. I'm going to say it right now. I overall did not enjoy the Apollo trilogy quite as much as the original trilogy, with some exceptions. But we're starting out with Apollo Justice, the one and only DS entry, and also the final 2D game in the series. This was our introduction to what happened after the end of Game 3. We have like a 10-year jump here. So pretty much it's a clean slate. I think the idea was to get rid of Phoenix Wright. Clearly they didn't go through with that, probably for the best, but that was kind of the point at the time. So case number 1, Turnabout Trump. So this was, we see what Phoenix has been doing for the last 10 years. Apparently he's become a bit of a gambler, except he's really good at cards. It was fine, but the way that they changed Phoenix Wright, and I'm sure this is probably why they decide to backtrack this later on, but the way they changed Phoenix Wright for this entire game, man, it just kind of sucked. It felt like it undid all of his character development, and like the fact that he got disbarred because he unwittingly presented bad evidence, I mean, I feel like that was a little bullshit. Seemed like a bad excuse to get him out of the picture, if anything. Honestly, I would have, if they wanted to get rid of Phoenix Wright, they should have just killed him. That's what they should have done. That would have been stupid as well, but it certainly would have been better than what they did to him. So that was not great. What I did like about this case, though, the actual case plot was good, though. I thought it was a lot of fun. My favorite twist was having your assistant be the villain. I did not really see that coming at first, and I thought that was really good. And yeah, it kind of leads into the rest of the game's overarching story, but I'll get into that too. I thought the twist on this one was really good. As an independent case, that was like a really great part, but man, seeing Phoenix like that just kind of bummed me out more than anything, and just was unfortunate. It's like there was a lot going on. They were trying to explain a lot in that 10-year jump, and then trying to throw that all onto you while it's a tutorial case where you don't really get the proper time needed to go through all of it and explain it, I think kind of sucked, because once this case is over, they don't touch on any of that again. It's like, all right, you know what happened, let's move on. It's like they were just trying to throw out Phoenix for no reason. I think that's kind of what he wanted to do. He wanted to move on, but I don't think it was handled very gracefully. So yeah, not a super great case. You know what else isn't a super great case? The next one. I think you might see where this is going. Yeah, I don't know. This one as well. Just none of the new characters, at least at this point in the series, were really jiving with me. Like even Emma, she just complete personality change. I kind of get it though. I mean, she was just a kid, and then she grows up, and then she's like, yeah, working sucks. And it's just like, that's kind of what she's improved later on for sure, but man, in game 4, oh boy, her showing up was just draining. I think that was kind of the point though, was her just being kind of depressing and not fun to be around. It was definitely the idea. Trucy was all right. I kind of wish that she had more of a presence in like the later games, but I did eventually end up liking her in Apollo Justice for sure. Yeah, and we get Gavin. I mean, Gavin was cool. I think Gavin was also, again, another missed opportunity. Like, they didn't do a whole lot with him either. But, yeah, this was fine as a case. Let's see. Yeah, puzzles were kind of interesting. The twist with the crime scene was all right. And the case attempts to tie 3 different crimes together, but 2 in the pretty minor, one in which the hit and run didn't really contribute anything. Yeah, like, Phoenix getting, like, put in the hospital didn't really mean anything. Like, he was just kind of there. It's like, what do you mean? Like, okay, what's this hit and run about? It was like such a footnote in the entire thing. And I mean, I guess, yeah, okay, that just happens sometimes, you know? Someone gets like ran over by a car, and it's like, that's not the biggest problem on the board today. But they just made it like it was the crux of the intro of the case, and yet it became like the car itself was important. The fact it ran into something else was a bit of evidence later on, and that ended up being kind of important, but it was like not the main focus of the whole thing. And it just felt weird that like they made the intro about Phoenix getting run over by a car, and yet the rest of the case barely involved the car. It was all about the food cart instead. So that was a little strange. We did get introduced to a lot of new, well, I say new, investigative techniques. They weren't technically new because 1.5 exists, but you know, kind of at the time, they were still pretty new. I liked them. I missed them. I thought they were fun, and I kind of wish they'd bring some of them back. That's not to say the other games had boring investigative stuff, but the ones in Game 4, that's like probably the highlight of this game for me is that stuff. That's why the guy needed to take the noodle stand? Oh yeah, maybe it was. I don't know. I just remember the car being like kind of not important. Which, you know, if you're going to base your whole intro around it, it kind of should be the focus of the case, not a noodle cart. Maybe if Phoenix got run over by a noodle cart, sure, that'd be different. Alright, case number 4-3. Yeah. No, also not really super great. We got to see more Gavin. I mean, that's nice, I guess. There was a lot of investigation before the murder, which was kind of neat in a way, because we don't get to see that whole lot. I mean, Great Ace Attorney does it too in 1.5. So it's kind of interesting because it's like, I kind of almost wish they did that more often, because it's like, oh, when's the murder gonna happen? Who's getting murdered here? But it's not something you see too often. This one there was a lot of like pre-murder stuff on this one, which is very surprising. The logic puzzles, logic and puzzles weren't great. That's what my notes say here. Yeah, I kind of remember that. The sound puzzles didn't make a whole lot of sense. I remember them being kind of stupid and frustrating sometimes. The whole thing around the blind kid. Oh, I might switch this around. I was using as background music, damn it. Let me turn it back on. Should have pressed the button. Have we really been doing this for an hour? Jeez. Hang on here. Yeah, the fucking music board. It could have been better. It was a fine idea. It just could have been better. This is my problem with it. There we go. What else do we have in here for notes? Yeah, the kid, I think my main sticking point was the blind kid was able to use a gun stated to dislocate a man's shoulder safely. Like, how was that supposed to work? That's almost as bad as Turnabout Big Top. Not quite though, but almost as bad. I'm almost tempted to put it down in the shame corner, but there's just too many other things I did like about this case that I don't want to do that. But yeah, that alone was like kind of bullshit if you ask me. Everyone's like talking on and on about how the kid should never been able to use a gun, and then he uses the gun anyways. Like, okay, that's cool. Doesn't make any sense at all, but thanks. We got a little bit of Clavier backstory, but I think, well, we'll get into that in a bit, but I wish we got more. I'll just say that. Now, case 4. This is actually... this kind of almost redeemed the rest of the game. And I say almost because it kind of properly explained what Phoenix has been doing, although it also doesn't make a whole lot of sense. How he managed to do all this. Like, the man got fucking disbarred, and yet he was still, like, friends with the court people? I guess they realized that it was a mistake, but they didn't just want to give him his badge back? I don't know. That part was weird. Like, him turning out to be, oh yeah, by the way, I was, like, secretly working with the court this entire time behind the scenes, watching your development. And, like, okay. The art murder was cool. That part was neat. I like the whole picture thing. I can't remember. Let's see. Yeah, and the jury trial, like, him being put in charge of that was just strange. I mean, I guess he had, like, the pedigree, but I don't know. If they're willing to disbar him for, like, accidentally presenting false evidence, I'm surprised that they let him stick around and help out with this whole thing. Like, I figured they would have just wanted to wipe him, the relationship clean of him. But okay, sure. I mean, that's great. That works out for the rest of the series. I'm glad that they, you know, backtracked even within the very game that they wanted to move away from Phoenix Wright as a character. In the very same game, they backtracked it and, like, yeah, maybe he's still, like, not super evil and nasty after all. Kind of reminds me of Sonic 06, how the game retconned itself. A little interesting on that parallel there. Wait, is the past case and the Apollo case the same chapter? Yes. This was all one case. Because remember, this was the part, the one where you go through the computer. Like, you play as Apollo for a bit, you explore the the art workshop, and then it jumps to Phoenix and it's like, all right, we need to go look at the past cases here and what I've been doing for the last like 7 years, and like, okay, let's go through all the notes here. And that was kind of cool. It was nice that we got all of that. It just felt a little backloaded. I mean, after game 3 and how nicely the plot just like smoothly went through all 5 cases, for this one to just be like, all right, we're not doing any of that. We're getting rid of Phoenix. We're giving you Apollo. Oh, by the way, here's all the stuff about what Phoenix has been doing for the last decade. All in this one case. So I don't know. It didn't feel great. It was a little better because that part was kind of cool, but yeah, overall it was an okay case in an otherwise terrible game, in my opinion. Yeah, even Clavier's like finale wasn't super great, and that's why we got a, where is it? Yeah. Don't worry, it's not the worst game though. That case, like I said, almost redeems it. But yeah, overall, really, it didn't feel great. There wasn't any great cases in it. Case 4 was kind of okay at best. The characters took a while to get going and like me actually liking them. Clavier, I think, got the short end of the stick. I feel like they tried to give him a plot, but like his plot didn't really amount to anything. He didn't really have one. It was kind of like Franziska all over again. But I liked him overall. I thought he was cool. I kind of wish we got to see more of him. She shows up as a cameo in Game 5, but that's about it. I mean, I know they don't reuse prosecutors, though. So, that's understandable. That's why we'll never see him again. Yeah, definition of a 5 out of 10. Apollo Justice was just not very good. Now, going into Game 5. Oh. Alright, Game 5 is definitely something as well. So, our first case. 5-1, a turnabout countdown. So right away we get some interesting problems, or let's not even say problems, just aspects of Dual Destinies right off the bat. So first of all, it should be stated that none of these cases are in timeline order. They thought it would be more interesting to mix it all up and have you do constant flashbacks to like a week ago. It's one thing to have like a flashback to a few years ago, like, you know, Mia's first case, Edgeworth's first case. That's cool, that's different, and it also still helped the plot move forward. But this game had like them all over the place. Like the first case you play is like, I think the second to last, was it, right, in the timeline? But yeah, overall, it didn't really seem like that part was necessary. I feel like they could have done without that whole like, oh, this is not the first case in the story thing. It really, I don't think there was a reason for that. We did get Athena, the introduction of Athena. There was definitely some setup there. It was a very interesting setup. And I think overall that part was handled well throughout the game. But yeah, otherwise it was kind of boring. I mean, the bomb threat was kind of interesting. I liked the bomb guy. He was fun. But yeah, other than that, just I don't know. It would have worked better, I think, if this wasn't a tutorial case. If you give it an investigation, or maybe if we didn't play all the cases out of order, I think it would have been a lot better. But we ended up playing this one first. I get what they were kind of going for. Like, you know, it's not having a plot that like works backwards can work. It just, I don't think it was necessary for this one at all. So that's kind of why it's down here. I think the plot kind of just weakens this case overall. Again, if it had maybe an investigation, I think that could have worked better. Like maybe, considering, what was it, like case 4 or whatever? Yeah, like half of case 4 and then 1 and then the other half of case 4. Like, that's what I mean. Like if you had that first half of case 4, maybe it's like kind of a lead up to this one, and that was its own thing, or this one had like an investigation that kind of involved aspects of parts of case 4, then it may have worked better. But yeah, overall, just no. All right, 5-2, Monstrous Turnabout. So this one, we get Apollo back. We get first team up with Athena. That's pretty cool. This is also where we learned that Trucy just got like shoved to the side. Oh yeah, that was the other thing with game 4. Trucy, it's like we had this whole thing about, you know, the fact that they were actually related, but like no one wanted to tell the two that they were related, that's totally gonna go well and definitely not end in a weird, awkward relationship later on. I guess someone was a really big fan of Star Wars episode 4 and 5 and 6. Just, you know, they just wanted to do that when they were writing Game 4. But yeah, this one was okay. We got Black Quill. Black Quill's great. It took him a little bit to like warm to him, but it didn't take long. And he showed why he was cool right away. And he stayed cool throughout the entire game. And he's probably the best part of the game, by far. They do show the villain again. And I'm kind of surprised they were still doing it at this point. But it's okay, because the rest of the case was pretty good. The setting was alright. It was like a different take on like Korean a little bit. You know, definitely making the localizers sweat and trying to explain how this series is still taking place in the US of A. But that's okay. You know, it's fun. I think it's a fun time, this corner that they've painted themselves into all those years ago. And that they can't get out of at this point. It's funnier that way, for sure. But yeah, it was mostly just Black Quill, and some of the characters were kind of fun. The setting was alright, but yeah, overall it's just kind of whatever. I mean, it's definitely not C rank for sure. Was it a hawk? I thought it was a raven too. No, you're right, it was a hawk. Or was it a falcon actually? Might have even been a falcon. All right, case number 3, Turnabout Academy. So this one I think was way better. There's some cool twists in this one. We got to see Gavin again, even if it was pretty minor at the end. Means was super good. The plot overall and his motive worked really well. And you know what else? Totally fine with this is the Athena game. We need an Athena focused case. This was it. I can't remember if we actually like technically plays Apollo during this. No, because I think he was off doing other things. No, he was there for the face-off with Gavin. You plays him with Gavin. Oh, no, yeah, that's right. You do play in something. I don't know what I'm thinking. This is a different case. That was the Athena case. But yeah, Means was super good. Everything about this was really good. I thought this was a really fun idea for a case. But the only problem I think I had with this, and it was kind of a minor problem, so I kind of don't really care. Juniper ends up being the defendant twice in this game. And I think that's another problem with like case 1. Like, you could have done anyone else. It didn't have to be Juniper. Like, if you introduce case 1 later on, if this was early, if case 1 ended up happening, you end up playing case 1 after case 3, I think everything would work out better. Because having to do Juniper twice makes no sense. The reason they did it was to introduce her to you, the player, so they had to use case 1 to introduce her, even though this was the case where she deserves to be the defendant. There was no reason for her to be the defendant in case 1. They should have just made up someone for that. I guess they wanted to have like an analog to like game 1 with Larry, maybe a little bit for Athena, but yeah, it just didn't work overall. Because like, why do we have to defend her twice? That just seems like a waste. You know, it's one thing when like Maya does it again and again in each game, but that's like different games. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, that was like probably the only part I didn't really like that much. But yeah, everything else about this case was really fun. I loved like figuring the case out on the stage. I thought that whole sequence was great. The logic actually worked out really well. I mean, game 5 overall has its weak points because when it comes to like puzzle solving, I think it's definitely a lot easier than the previous games. But it was still a fun time, and this one definitely has some really good puzzles in it. Yeah, Apollo was the mock trial versus Gavin, but I think you played as Athena technically through the rest, right? Or did you like switch between the two? I actually can't remember if you swapped or not, or if it was mostly just Athena. Wasn't 5-1 also the first multiple day opening game? Was it? I didn't write that down in the notes, probably because I didn't realize it at the time. We might be right. Well, that's kind of interesting. If that's true, that's, yeah, huh. Multiple day opening case. Like, again, I think that just like leads to the idea that maybe this didn't need to be case 1. It really should have been any other case. The whole like, that's what I'm saying, is like the whole like jumbled up plot thing just didn't really work very well. All right, case number 4, the Cosmic Turnabout. I didn't really care for the setting and the actual like mystery itself too much here. It is pretty important to the plot. I will give it that. I do think though that him being the villain of the whole thing just kind of came out of nowhere and not in a good way. We don't we see like inklings of him hiding something in this case, but his like reveal as the villain, while cool on paper, it just felt extra. So, but he was kind of a fun detective though. I kind of almost wish he wasn't the villain, because I think I liked him as the detective a lot more than Emma, for sure. Although Emma gets improved in Game 6, I kind of miss him. So I really wish he wasn't the villain just for that. But yeah, we got to see more of like Apollo. Apollo finally gets a little bit of a plot himself. It was minor, but it at least it exists. We're going to take what we can get, considering the Apollo Justice game was not an Apollo Justice game. It was a Phoenix Wright game in disguise. You just played as the side character for most of it. Yeah, Apollo with eye patch was cool, and the jacket. I mean, if this whole case was just an excuse to explain why he had a sick look for like the first bit of the game, like the shock factor of seeing him like that in case 1 was certainly there, but again, that only exists because of this case, and again, that case didn't need to be case 1. I get what they were going for here, but it just didn't need to be. But yeah, I didn't really like I liked the aspects that added to the overall plot of both the game and the characters, but the actual case itself was kind of I mostly just care for the setting, but that's why it's in B tier, it's not C, because it wasn't bad. I just personally didn't care for the space setting too much. All right, case number 5. So this was the finale of the thing. We technically not the last case in this game, but it was the finale of this one. We get to see Black Quill. Black Quill's plot. Black Quill actually has a good character arc in this game, and I think, unlike a couple of the Francisca or Gavin, he actually gets proper character development, and I really like him by the end. I kind of hope we see him again someday. Be kind of cool. I think, yeah, he was in Game 6 a little bit, but that's what I'm saying. Like, he could totally be another Investigations protagonist if they wanted to, for sure. It does somehow manage to tie up the plot. Like, the plot's super fucking messy, but I think the game's main sin was presenting the plot in the way they did in the first place. I think if they just, like, shuffled around the order of the events that they presented to the player, it would be fine. There's nothing wrong with the plot. It's just the confusing, unnecessary order that they do it in. So that's why I think this case is really good, because it does tie everything together by the end. So yeah, I really liked it for that. The Edgeworth cameo actually was unexpected. I really wasn't. That was really cool to see. It was a nice scene where he was after all this time. Kind of wish we got to see Gumshoe, because I think we still don't know what happened to him, right? Like, he kind of just got ignored, and I don't think we have any, unless there was like a side dialogue I don't remember or didn't hit. But I don't think we actually know what happened to Gumshoe. And yeah, this is where Bobby gets revealed as the villain for not really any reason. I just feel like maybe it made sense to some level, but I don't know. It just didn't super, like, it could have been done a lot better. He wasn't suspicious until he started having like second thoughts in the space station. And then that's only the time when he became suspicious. I mean, sure, maybe it made sense in hindsight, but that was probably the weakest part. I was really disappointed by his villain, but the rest of this case was just so good, and it worked so well for both Black Quill and Athena. That's why it's an A tier. But yeah, Bobby was just, man, that was weird and unnecessary. Like, they needed a villain, and they just forgot to write a reason why, in my opinion. Yeah, it could have just been like better handled. I like this game just has such a messy plot. All right, well, before we move on to the game, we still have case number 6. This was a DLC case, so it doesn't really have any thing with the plot. It is technically Phoenix's first case back as a lawyer, but it was just a nice, good old-fashioned Phoenix Wright case. It was mostly focused on him. We even got to see Pearls again, albeit a lot older now. I thought the setting was cool. We got to defend a fucking killer whale, which was weird and perfect for Phoenix Wright. It was just... this is what I wish some parts of the rest of the game were like. It was really good, and I'm glad I played it when I did, in the chronology between everything. I'm glad I played it not at the end, but as like I think the 3rd case or something that we ended up streaming. But I loved everything about this one. The setting was really fun. The characters were great. Defending the whale was funny. Seeing some returning characters was also really good. It was a really good time. But yeah, that was... I mean, unfortunately it's DLC, so it doesn't really time with the rest of the plot, but that's okay, you know. It was the game's filler case. Alright, so that leaves us with the overall ranking here. Where is it? So, that all said, I mean, like I said, this is one of the reasons why I have different rankings for the games and the cases, because, yeah, the game's messy-ass plot, being all over the place, a villain that doesn't really make themselves apparent until when they need to be revealed, and there's not really any hint at it. As much as I love the individual cases, the holistic experience kind of sucked. A lot of this also stems from they gutted so much of the investigation interactivity. There is barely any evidence picking. There is no, like, none of the stuff from Game 4 is back. Maybe like a couple of small things, but pretty much nothing was back. Which is weird because like they introduced the 3D rotation. You can see the crime scene from multiple angles, but you only use it like twice. There is so little like actual examination. You could only examine specific scenes where they wanted you to. This game definitely felt rushed. I think that shows a lot in there. The couple of times you play as Phoenix, you do get Cyclops back, but they are so like handed to you. Like they basically tell you the solution straight up. They tell you a lot of the solutions pretty much during the actual trials. Anytime I ended up being stumped, I think it was very minor, and when it did, it just felt really dumb because I was like, oh, why didn't I figure this out? This was so stupidly obvious. None of the puzzles really felt hard. It was fun. There were some creative like mysteries that were in the game, but like just the holistic experience just sucked overall. And it was like, man, this feels like a downgrade over everything else. And yes, somehow, as a holistic experience, it was worse than Apollo Justice. At least Apollo Justice was told linearly and didn't have a confusing plot. Its benefit being it barely had a plot to begin with. But yes. Oh yeah, thoughts on Apollo Bracelet. I kind of forgot to talk about that. The whole perception thing, I think it's fine. I don't think it's as good of a mechanic as Cyclops. Personally, I think Cyclops work a little better. I get what they were going for. Like, it's something that we see with Sherlock Holmes in the Great Ace Attorney games. Because, like, it's like, oh man, you were looking over there. That means there's something suspicious over there. You know, it's like the way that their tells and everything, like, it works, it makes sense for the setting, but it ends up being a really kind of bland game of I Spy, and then sometimes, especially in Game 4, 5 wasn't as bad, but like, again, 5 was too far in the other direction when it came to using the bracelet. 4 had some bullshit. The fucking armpit puzzle, of all things. Like, up until that point, you're looking at like normal places. It's if you look closely enough, it's a little bit pixel hunting, but you do eventually get to see if you watch long enough. But the armpits were just so imperceptible. Fuck that one. It's like they barely turn a different shade of color, and that's how you're supposed to tell that he's sweating too much, and therefore he's like, that's the suspicious line. Like, it just looks like his arms are shaded slightly differently. It made me breathing a little hard. That one was sucked. But yeah, I don't know. It's okay. I don't like it as much as Cyclops, mainly because it's like it's I Spy, but you have to constantly play back the picture because it's moving. You have to. It reminds me of trying to navigate the video in 1-5 a little bit. Not quite as bad, but a little bit. I wish there was better controls on it, and I wish you could like see different things. I'm glad they don't really use it too much anymore, honestly. I know it's like his main power and everything, but I'm glad we moved on from him. Game 6, I will say the mood matrix, especially when they started combining it with evidence, that worked a lot better. And I think that's like that was a way more fun mechanic than the bracelet, in my opinion. I really like the mood matrix for it. I thought that actually worked really well. It was that felt more fitting for a Phoenix Wright game. It felt like an extension of the interview scenario / like cross-examination than just staring really hard at a person and pointing out at their fucking armpits or like nose twitching or something. It was way more interesting. I love that. That was like one of the best parts of it. And I think that was actually used really well. But yeah, just the plot was like so messy in this. And I think if they like straightened out the plot, they tried to work in Bobby to have like some hints throughout that you could have like caught on to, that might have made you think like, oh wait, shit, that was how that happened. It was fucking Bobby this whole time. That would have been cool. That would have been way better. And I really wish that the interactivity outside of the trials was a lot better, because there was barely any actual like investigations. They didn't even use like their new like rotate the crime scene mechanic that much. Like I said, it was like used like a handful of times. Even in like the amount of scenes that you could actually, the handful of scenes you could actually examine, that aspect alone was like barely used. 6 did it a little better. 6 was a little better about it. But yeah, just I guess it was just growing pains, because like Shu Takumi moved on. He was busy working on Great Ace Attorney at the time. And so it was a new team, and it was like the first real 3D game that wasn't just the crossover. But yeah, unfortunately, it was too messy for its own good. So moving on to game 6 though, fortunately, like I said, they do pick things back up a bit, and then we get game number 6. So we start out with the foreign turnabout. So this is the introduction to Phoenix and Kurain. Again, kind of like game 1, there's aspects to this case that you need to remember for later, and it works out very well. And that's why it's in B tier over here, because I think as the tutorial case goes, it felt really interesting. There's a lot of cool new mechanics. I think a big part of it is just it was a new setting. There was new rules at play overall compared to previous cases. We get to see the seances, or whatever they were called, and that the seances I think were also really good. I like how those were handled. They were it was like an evolution of like checking security footage from previous games, but just done better. I think they were handled a lot better, and they did some cool creative things. They had to make you like think outside the box, because you weren't just thinking about like what someone saw, but also like what they heard or like how they felt. It was like an amalgamation of like previous mechanics all together, and I thought it was really cool. It was a lot of fun. If they can figure out some way to like shoehorn this into like a game 7, I'd be so down for that. I don't know how they would do it. Maybe if like Apollo is still in Kurain in time for game 7, maybe they could do a case or 2 with him, and he does gets a couple more seances or something. But I thought that was really cool. So yeah, really cool tutorial case, just because. Oh, and then the plot that it sets up too. Like fucking Phoenix in this foreign country that hates lawyers, and like basically banned them, and he was almost arrested, and then like everything that leads to is like, yeah, no, really good. Yeah, peace, love, and understanding is just such a great name. The names of the Kudanese are are great. The way that they translate them into English was so good, and apparently they're not even that different from their Japanese. That's the funny part. This wasn't even like them having fun at the names. This is like accurate to the original to some extent, which is crazy. I love it. All right, Magical Turnabout 6-2. In this case, we're going to see this as a returning theme, is definitely an A rank for Game 6 here. We finally get Trucy back, which is great. She's even the defendant, which, like, you know, gotta live up to the tradition here. Have your female assistant be blamed for a crime at some point during their lives. Well, it's okay. It works fine here. You know, it's kind of cool. We get to see, like, what she's been doing this whole time. Since she wasn't really present in Game 5 at all. I think she was just, like, the butt of the joke. And no, it was Apollo that was the butt of the joke in Game 5. And then Trucy just didn't exist, really. Apollo, I think this is where he finally gets some character growth. Like, this is when he like graduates from like beginner freshman lawyer to like actual lawyer. This is his game too, and it's so good. In fact, Apollo throughout this entire game is great, and this is how Game 4 should have been. Is Game 6. The twist at the end was really good. The way they've done a couple of magic tricks over the years. Obviously, Big Top Turnabout being the worst one. But the couple other times they've done magic, I've really enjoyed it. I think it's fun when you make magic the crux of the mystery, and you're trying to figure out how the trick was done. And usually it works out. Big Top is like the exception. But yeah, I really like the way the magic trick was handled in this one for sure. Yeah, guy fakes his death by having someone pose him and dying as a magician. Yeah, I mean that's like... That was, yeah, Man of Mystery, yeah. That was really cool. This guy over here, on the far right of this picture. I don't know, I just really like this one a lot. There's, like, just some really fun twists in it overall. And, again, the investigative stuff came back. They right away, they were like, no, we know you want this. Here, have the investigation. Interact with the objects. And I'm like, thank you. I will do so gladly. Let me click on every scene. I want to see all the funny dialogue. Can't do that in Game 5 because it doesn't exist. All right, case number 3. So we go back to Phoenix's first full case in Kurdeen. We get Maya back, and guess what? She is the defendant again. I mean, it's, again, gotta fulfill the tradition, but it's okay because, you know, it's just, at this point, it's just normal. You kind of expect it to happen. I was a little disappointed, but I'm not going to fault the case for this because, you know, sometimes it's just, when it comes to a mystery or solving a puzzle, people think differently. So sometimes you get something where someone says that's complete fucking bullshit. And other times you're like, I figured that out ages ago. What the hell, game? This was one of the times where I figured it out ages ago. I'm not going to fault the case for that. Because, you know, sometimes, you know, it's fun to figure out ahead of time. I think that's can be a really good feeling. So it's like, hell yeah, I figured it out. That's fine. You know, some people might say like, oh, that's a bad case because it was predictable. I say it's like, no, you figured out the trick. That's what they want you to do. A good mystery, I think, encourages the reader to figure out what's going on. So I'm perfectly okay with that for this one. We do get another spirit channeling. That's come back in full force here. The first time she channeled a male person, which was interesting to see because we didn't know how that was going to go. But I mean, at the end of the day, it made sense. I mean, it's kind of what it's exactly what we expected. We've seen enough of them by this point. Like, it's like, yeah, of course that's how that would have worked. It was great though. That was a fun moment in this one. Was having to cross-examine the dead guy at the end. At this point, she needs a punch card for free burgers. Yeah, basically. The amount of times she's been blamed for a crime that she didn't commit, Jesus. No, this one is just really good. Like, it was a great, like, proper introduction to Kurdeen. Because, I mean, we only got so much from the tutorial. But otherwise, it was really good. Alright, so this game likes to jump back and forth quite a bit. So now we go back to the good old US of A with Athena and, well, kind of Apollo. This was an Athena case mainly. But we get, this one is a little weird. It was kind of short. I wish this one had an investigation. I was so disappointed that this one was just trial only. I really wish this had an investigation. I think this would have made the case so much better. I'm guessing they probably just didn't have time to make it a full case, and that's why we only got a trial. It kind of felt like it was supposed to have an investigation portion that was probably cut. But we did get Athena and Simon teaming up, which was sick, and quite a great, like, you know, after the plot in Game 5, you know, Simon redeems himself and they team up together. That was awesome. And I really would love to see that again in the future, for sure. Especially if Athena's going to be more of a mainstay now. Like, this was the game that made me like Athena quite a bit. And it's just cool, like, seeing, like, okay, she had her arc. She's now just one of the team. And it works really well here, I think. I mean, yeah, okay, kind of a filler Athena case. Yeah, it didn't really contribute to the plot either, I will agree. But it was still a really good case, and I wish it was a full case and not just a trial. But it was a lot of fun. Really good characters too. That's why I would love an investigation portion to it, because the characters are great and we could have seen more of them as a result. All right, that was 4. So now we have case number 5. Turnabout Revolution. So this is kind of the finale to the plot, but it was a great finale. I think the whole, like, revolution thing worked really well. It's a very serious plot for a Phoenix Wright game, surprisingly. I mean, yeah, I guess, like, murder itself is pretty serious, and anytime you're talking about, like, the law and, like, how it should be handled is pretty serious. But, like, this was, like, this seemed, like, weirdly dark and mature for a Phoenix Wright game. I guess that's why was it this game that was, no, it was the last game that was M rated. Yeah, why was 5 rated M, but this one was already rated T? I mean, it's because just blood. That was the only reason. It's just a lack of blood. But, like, man, if any game should have been rated M, it should have been this one for mature themes in a different sort of sense. But yeah, 5 was really good. Proper, good, full finale case. We got everyone united together. They all team up for the end. It felt really fun. And then, yes, we got Phoenix versus Apollo, which was something that I'm sure a lot of people were hoping for by this point, and that was great. And it wasn't even a murder case, it was just like a civil case. We got dual cases in this one, and one of them wasn't even a murder, so that's like bonus points because we finally got a non-murder case to solve. So that was the main set, and then we of course had the DLC case for this one too. I know what I said about, like, you know, having mysteries on confined spaces, but I don't know, it's just something about this case just wasn't great. Larry was fine. He was, yeah, it was kind of interesting seeing him back. I was not expecting that. But this plot was like, it was predictable in the sense that, like, this is Phoenix Wright. I know how the logic of this world works. We know time travel is not real. And yet, like, it just, I mean, the whole, like, oh, it was, you know, 2 different wedding ceremonies. That was actually okay. Like, that was ridiculous, but it was ridiculous in a very Phoenix Wright way, and I kind of enjoyed that. But it was a little predictable because it's like, okay, how do you resolve a time travel scenario in a world that doesn't have time travel? There's only so many ways you can do that. So, you know, compared to just figuring out the mystery ahead of time, this was just like, yeah, come on. There's not really a mystery here. We know time travel is not real. You can only ham it up so much before everyone's just like, okay, that's enough. But yeah, it was okay. But for all we know, this could very well be the final time we see Phoenix and Maya, which hopefully not. I hope that, you know, I'm sure they'll be back for Game 7. I think they know what the people want. I think they know that doing Apollo only or making him the focus again is probably a scary thought. Maybe, I don't know, maybe by this point people, you know, I personally would be okay if a Game 7 barely had Phoenix in it now, like to the extent that Game 4 was. If it was just like Apollo and Athena and they were the main focus, I don't know, put fucking Athena on the front of the box. I would be okay with that. I don't think anyone else would be, but I would be okay with that. Call it Ace Attorney Athena Sykes. I would not bat an eye, and I would be perfectly content with that. Would I be upset that we don't get to see more Phoenix? Sure. But I'd be okay with it. And, you know, I think it's pretty clear by this point where this is going. But, yeah, the Spirit of Justice makes up for, like, a lot of the faults that Game 5 had. They found their footing, and it's great that the series, if it had to stop anywhere, at least it stopped on a high note. And if we were to never get another Phoenix Wright game again, well, that's perfectly fine too. Because this was this was honestly a great ending. If the series was like done after Dual Destinies, that would have been disappointing. But instead we ended on this, so that's perfectly fine. Ace Attorney Athena means it's a AAA title. God damn it. Well, you know, technically speaking, these are all AAA titles. I mean, this is Capcom. These are all Capcom games. And, you know, I'm not going to play it tonight because it's already midnight, and this is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. But the next game we're going to play is also a Capcom game. And believe it or not, you're definitely not going to believe this when you see it next week. You know what? I tested because I wasn't sure if we were going to actually play through it tonight. So I tested it, got it all set up and everything. You know what the first thing I saw as part of the intro? The first splash screen I saw? RE Engine. I would never have guessed that. And when you see the game, you're not going to believe me that it uses the RE Engine. But, you know, you want to talk AAA. Well, just wait until next week. Because that's what we're playing. We're playing like a Capcom game that uses their big fancy schmancy engine. And you're not going to expect that to be the case. I can't believe that I didn't realize that they actually put it in there. But yes, that is what we're playing next week. If this ended like a couple hours earlier, I would have definitely been down to do that tonight. But we will save that. We can get a nice proper stream of it next week. All right. We have... Alright, so now the more recent stuff. So this is stuff we've streamed in like the last couple of months here. So very fresh in our minds. Oh, I was like thinking, wait, why is D empty? And then I forgot that we moved the 1D down in the corner where it belongs. Alright, so Great Ace Attorney 1-1. This is a complete change of pace from everything we've had so far. You want to talk like, you know, the jump to Apollo. This is like even greater than that because there is no... nothing here. Oh, why is this moved over like that? Let me put that back in position for you all. Make this all nice and fancy. Not that it matters, but we're in the wrong spot. So, start of Great Ace Attorney. This is a flashback. I mean, we call it a prequel, but like it's so far removed from the other series, it doesn't really matter. Technically, you are playing as like Phoenix's like great-great-grandfather or something. Not that that ever comes up. Although, maybe with Game 7, maybe there will be a reason to bring up the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo as Phoenix Wright. I don't know. They could do it. The only reason they didn't is because these games are after Game 6. They didn't make this game until Game 6 was already out. I could totally see there being some sort of reference to him going forward. So, you know, for now it seems very disconnected, but I'm sure in the future it's going to feel a little better. But yeah, great. Case 1, I think a lot of this comes down again to the fact that it's a new setting. However, you know, especially looking back and how everything was connected in these two games. Even the tutorial case having this much plot relevance to like the entire duology is insane. And I thought that was really cool. But yeah, we get introduced to the whole like multiple witness thing, which, you know, I mean, technically if you played Versus, you already knew about that. But it worked really well here. I still think the whole like hold on mechanic is kind of just doesn't really work from a puzzle perspective. It just feels kind of extra. I think if they were to do another game that had like multiple witnesses on the stand, although I don't think this would really work as a Phoenix Wright title because the modern court system doesn't really do that. But if they were to do another game with multiple witnesses, now that we have a bigger screen, they could actually turn it into more of a puzzle. It would actually be, you know what, the multiple witness thing, I think would be a great usage and might actually make Apollo's bracelet feel useful and important. I think it could work, because imagine you're playing like a new Phoenix Wright game and it's like designed for like a proper 16:9 display, you know, proper full HD. You could show all those witnesses in one go, and you could turn the bracelet into something you can just toggle on at any time, and that's how you do the hold-ons and go and jump to another character. The only problem I could see, and this would be a big problem, is it might be a little tedious to do it that way, because you know, if you're doing that, like if you're doing a press and you have to do that for like every single text box, that would be annoying. So maybe that wouldn't work, but just like, you know, spitballing ideas here, I think there's potential for that to like fix the problem. So yeah, it doesn't really work as a mechanic in this series because it's just kind of like they have to telegraph it to you, because otherwise you're doing the same thing where it's like, oh, we're okay, next set of dialogue, let's go check every other character and make sure they're not being suspicious. So it doesn't really work in this one, or Versus for that matter, because the screen is tiny. But yeah, maybe that's something they could do. So apparently your ancestors studied law in Britain, maybe laser. Oh god. No, don't. I don't even want to hear about turning this into fucking Marvel Cinematic Universe levels of crossover. I don't know if we need that. That game's not even canon in the first place, because like Layden is like in his own version of London where it's like constantly the 1950s. He's in like he's in the Fallout universe, but in London, and the bombs never went off. And they were just stuck in the 1950s forever. That's where Layden is. Instead of the bombs going off, they just ended up getting really into solving puzzles. They just kind of like just quietly like didn't even acknowledge that aspect of London when Phoenix went there. It's like, oh yeah, it's modern London. They've got security cameras and, you know, fingerprinting and everything. Meanwhile, every time we see London in a Layden game, it's like everyone's driving around in like fucking tiny little cars like Mr. Bean. Everything's like all quaint, and it's like you don't see evidence of technology going beyond like the 50s or 60s. There's not even like, there's no computers, there's barely any electronics. We barely even see TVs. Layden doesn't own a computer in his office as an archaeology professor. Like there's nothing in his office that like is evidence that there's anything beyond like the 50s in there. It's even like there's steam power and shit. Fucking like, okay, yeah, New Age of Steam, the new game coming out, every aspect of Unwound Future, it's fucking steampunk all the way through. And then they like just kind of just, that's why the game doesn't take place in London, the Versus game, because they can't. It would be too obvious. They can't just have like Phoenix time travel back to the 1950s, and Layden doesn't really exist in a different time period. It's very anachronistic. So they kind of just like, they had one case in London and then just kind of quietly ignored the rest of London and made their own thing instead, which was very smart. And that's why that game works. If you did anything else, it would not work. Another crossover, it just would not be possible unless there was some other excuse as to why they got drugged and dragged off to some madman's LARP session. Again, for the second time. Because at that point, they would understand something's going on. But yeah, really good tutorial. But the self-defense was kind of cool. I think that was, yeah, that's new for the series. You have to defend yourself. I mean, yeah, you still have Kazuma on the side, but you were also the defendant, which I'm surprised that we never did that as Phoenix. Should have had him self-defending for the, for like presenting bad evidence or something, maybe. I don't know. All right, so this game overall is just really weird with the way that it works with its presentations and everything, or like the way the cases are handled. And case number 2 being a perfect example of that, because there is no trial in case 2. It's just investigation, which is very different. Like, Great Ace Attorney plays fast and loose with the formula, and I think that works well for its story. We don't need a trial every single case, because if you want like a case on a boat, you know, you can have that now. The boat doesn't have to be docked somewhere where a courtroom exists. You just have a case on a boat in the middle of the ocean. Although it would have been pretty funny if they just like set up like a mock courtroom on the boat so they could have a trial and just shoehorn in a trial for no reason. That would have been funny, and I would have been perfectly fine with that. But yeah, no, this was just a really long investigation portion of any other case, but it works really well here. We get introduction to Holmes. We get a very interesting like plot, like seeing Kazuma die was really shocking at the time. And it's like, oh shit, I thought this guy was going to be our assistant. You know, or like maybe he'd turn into our Edgeworth or something. I mean, kind of does by the end, but that's not for another game and a half. Case on a train was only in the anime. There was a train case in the anime? I forgot that they made like anime specific cases. I need to go finish watching it. I stopped before they did Trials and Tribulations because at the time I didn't play that game yet all the way through, so I didn't want spoilers. But I need to go back and finish watching that. If there's a fucking train case, that's great. Doesn't Lady Lane have Montech? I don't know if Lady Lane has Montech. Does she? Like, I only know the first 3 games and like a bit of 4. But like every time they show London in any of the Layton games I played, it's like, yeah, here he is driving his Mr. Bean car down this tiny little street in like quaint old Merry England with like no technology. I guess it's not really like, it's not confirmed hard one way or the other. It's just like they kind of just ignore technology. Like they don't make a big stink about it either way. So I guess there's nothing saying it can't have modern tech. It's just that we never see it, so it's easy to imagine him not having it. Especially when you consider like the whole steampunk aspect of some of the games. It's just kind of like, I don't know, it makes you make assumptions. But if Lady Layton has like modern technology, then fine, fair enough. I mean, I guess you kind of have to have modern technology for some of the shit they pull in some of the games by the end, and the way the plots work. So, yeah, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe it's not that far-fetched to like have Layton crossover again. 456 is a prequel, so tech being old is fine. Yeah, but I'm talking about games 1, 2, and 3, because those are the ones I played. Anyways, Case 2 is really good. I thought it was kind of fun that we didn't get a thing this time. It was a very small area, but it was used very well. Like, we only had like what, the one cabin, the hallway, and I forget the other area. Well, it was the other cabin. So we had 2 cabins and a hallway, and that was like the entire case. But somehow it worked really well, and we got like a full introduction. It was like another tutorial, but it was a tutorial for investigations, and I think it was really good for that. But yeah, it's just this game plays fast and loose with like the traditional formula, so it's like calling it Case 2 is fine. You know, it is episode 2, but I think that's kind of why I call them cases, because that's just consistency. But that's why the game doesn't call them cases, they call them episodes, because they're not really always like cases of the traditional sense. All right, case number 3. So this is our first case in London, but again, kind of like the previous ones. Oops. Kind of like the previous ones, or one here, it's also just a trial as opposed to just an investigation. We don't actually have a full London case yet, which is weird. But that said, this is a very creative case for the series. We have to do the investigation. There is a full crime scene that you investigate and you have to get clues from, but it's in the courtroom. And it's just a piece of evidence, and you can go into it at any time and like review what you've seen in there and then use that. It was so good. I love that. I want them to do that again. And then after all that, the subtle like changes that are made to the carriage in the second half that you don't necessarily think will happen, but they're there. It's like they made me think like, wait, shit, was I wrong? Was I like misremembering what was in this carriage like an hour ago? Or I guess in my case it might have been even a week ago. I don't remember how he split the streams up for this one, but it's like it made me like think I was crazy. And then the game's like, yeah, you're right, there was stuff there, it's gone now, what could have happened? And then that just like sets the plot for like the entire duology here. It's like this whole like evidence being changed and like people lying on the stand, and like that's the other thing. It's like this duology actually acknowledges pretty hardcore perjury, which is funny considering that the rest of the games just kind of play fast and loose with the idea of lying on the stand. Yeah. But yeah, like this whole case was just so good. The Runaway Room is one of my favorites in the series for sure, because of that whole like investigation aspect there. All right, case number 4. So we had like 3 really good starting cases. I didn't really care for this one as much. Natsume is fine. The setting was okay. I think a big disappointment for me was finding out that they kind of just got rid of like all of the investigation interactions. I mean, that's not fair to say, because it plays like a older Ace Attorney game from like the original trilogy. You know, we still have full examination powers over the scene. I think the one thing I didn't really care for in Great Ace Attorney is that there's fewer locations overall. The game uses them really well, but I feel like a lot of the cases just have like 1 or 2 locations. And I don't know, and it's fine, I guess. That's why I'm not really docking it for that. But yeah, we get our full first investigation. It felt like the investigation portion was a little short on this one. Natsume was okay. I didn't really care for him. A lot of the other characters were kind of fine. The jury system, I guess I should mention as well, was also like in both in case 2 and 3. I thought was kind of cool, and I think that played really well. I think that was better than like the multiple witness thing. I think you could have just done 1 witness and had the jury, and I think it would have been fine. It feels like that's what you would have done if you was in charge of Game 5 and went through with the original plot of having a jury after that game. 1-4 into 2-2 does work well, yes. But on its own, it just kind of... It was okay. I like that the victim didn't die. That was a nice twist. I did enjoy that aspect. It's like the victim wasn't dead. It would have been cooler if we got to cross-examine them on the stand. I think that could have made for an interesting plot point. Is like, okay, what happens when the victim is alive and now you can cross-examine them? What are they going to say? How are they going to, indict your client, right? We need that. I would still like to see that. 2-3 kind of, or 2-2 does, it'll kind of goes at that idea a little bit, but it's not a whole lot. But yeah, it was okay. It was an okay case. Nothing really stood out on this one, I feel. All right, and then we have case 5. So case 5. Now this one's a little interesting because this game is like a deliberate duology. There is no like finale here. We don't really get an end. We just get more setup. This is all cliffhanger. It's as long as like any other case 5, but it's like also all cliffhanger at the end. Like barely any questions are answered, just more are asked. They're all like handled in the second game. What else do we have here? Yeah, we got the resolution of McGillicud's plot, which was kind of neat, I think, and I think he tied in well to a lot of the other like subplot that was specific to this game, a little bit. There were some aspects I didn't like those on the puzzles. The peephole thing, that was kind of dumb. I kind of wish that the way they introduced the flapinator as an evidence object, I don't think was done well. I think things should have... It was that and the thing that came after it. I think those two reveals should have been flipped, and I think it would have worked a lot better, in my opinion. But that's a personal opinion for sure. Gina getting her resolution here and like actually coming around was actually really cool. I wasn't really expecting her to be such like a mainstay for the duology. What else we have here? Way the defendant still went to jail for unrelated crimes was interesting to see. Yeah, and that was also unprecedented. It was like seeing at the end, it's like, yeah, no, it was like, was it them committing perjury or was like just the theft crimes? Like that's kind of became a theme in this. Is like, no, we're not gonna forget about your other crimes here, like you lying on the stand or like you stole something. What the fuck, man? And we're gonna talk later. Or like the way that the cop was acting and stuff, and like how he just kind of shirked his duties so he could go and like celebrate his anniversary instead. Like, yeah, it was cool that they actually acknowledged that sort of thing. It just made the courtroom stuff feel a little more real in a way. So that was nice to see in this one. Yeah, there was this being like mostly a setup for the sequel was very different compared to ours. I did really like the intro, kind of similar to, what was it, 4-4? Or 4-3, wherever it was on the list here. I don't remember. Yeah, this one, 4-3. I like that we had a really long pre-crime intro to deal with. I thought that was neat. It's like, when's the crime happening? What is going to happen? It made when it did happen, it feel more suspenseful, because it's like you don't exactly know. You know it's building up, but you don't really know when it's happening. Instead of like most cases just being like, yeah, here's the crime, go solve it. So I really liked that part, and I thought that was really good. Alright, so because this game is mostly set up, It's a little weird to like rank the overall plot of this one, but we can still like talk about the mechanics. Like I was saying, the jury stuff is pretty cool. I did still put it up here, don't worry. It's just, even though it's all set up and no resolution yet, it's really good setup. Van Zieks is great. I think by the end, especially because his arc like lasts 2 games, you don't really see it in this one. But I think by the end, it really made a lot of sense. And I think Van Zieks is really good. It took me a little bit to warm up to Sherlock and even Iris for that matter. Mostly because I'm not super familiar with like the stories of Sherlock Holmes in the first place. But I like the jury system. I'd be kind of neat if they actually went through and added a jury to the modern games at some point, if there is going to be another one. I think the way it was handled here is great. I don't really know what else they could do with them to keep it fresh, but I don't think they necessarily need to change anything too much on them. Yeah, I you know, really enough, I just really like the first one, like the way that it handled things. Like I thought the overall cases, it's mostly, I think case 3 is kind of like carrying a lot of this, because I thought that was really interesting. It just did a lot of interesting things for the series that we didn't see up to this point. Like, oh, here's a investigation only case. Here's a case where the crime scene is a piece of evidence. Also, making the 3D interaction standard is great. Like, yeah, okay, I miss like the mini games and stuff. You don't necessarily need those. It's just that compared, like when Game 5 removed them for no reason and didn't really add anything back to make up for them, that's where I didn't like that part. I missed them because I thought they were fun interactions, but honestly, just having the 3D observation of the items is so practical. And I don't remember if Game 1 did it, but Game 2 definitely did it, where it's like, put these 2 items together in like a very adventure game sort of way. And there was like not really any hint of that. You just kind of had to be like, wait, shit, this item looks like it belongs with this. And you had to put them together. And it's like that combining of evidence and being able to actually rotate and look at the evidence is so good. It means we don't have any more 1-2s where it's like, oh, did you check the back of the receipt? Maybe you should check the other side of the receipt. Instead of just looking at this bloody name that someone wrote on here and is definitely suspicious. Like, you don't have to have plot points like that anymore because they're resolved by the player. It's like, oh, did you check the other side receipt? No, you did. Go back and do it, idiot. You have the ability to. You don't have to wait for the plot to tell you to do it anymore. I love that. And I hope that stays. Like, if they make another game and it plays like exactly like this with maybe not the combined witnesses, but just the jury and making 3D evidence viewing standard, perfect. If you just keep that in and you got rid of everything else, I'd be totally okay with that. Perfectly fine. All right, so now we go into the second half of this duology. So we have, what is it, 2A? Where is it? Or 2-1? So this was another interesting case here. We get to play as Susato back in Japan. This is one aspect I wish we got to see a little more of, which is the Japan side. Going into this duology, I thought we were going to see more of Japan throughout, but the series is like mostly London focused, which is fine. But I was like kind of thinking it'd be like Dual Destinies where we jump back and forth a little bit. But we got back here, another excuse for another tutorial, but a really good one. I think very similar to Game 1, the story does a really great job of being like, yeah, this is what the 1800s were like. It's like, women in a courtroom? Pfft, who would think of that? Stupid. Women don't belong in the courtroom. They shouldn't be here. So she has to like cross-dress and like hide her identity because no one wants to see her around and they won't take her seriously. And yeah, it's just like, yeah, this makes sense. It's the fucking 19th century. Of course it's gonna be that way. These 2 games don't like skirt around the idea of it being a game from the 19th or set in the 19th century and be like, this is how people thought and acted back then. I mean, yeah, it's got like the Ace Attorney flair to it, but it's just like, yeah, people are going to be a little racist. They're not going to like you, and if you're a woman, definitely get the fuck out of the courtroom. I'm kind of shocked that they don't play at that aspect with Susato as the assistant. It's like they're okay with her being assistant, but the lawyer's crossing the line. When I feel like it probably almost should have been the whole way, but then you wouldn't really have much of a room for her being in the courtroom, and I think that would just been, I think that would have been tiring. So focusing more on like the tension between the British and the Japanese, I think works a lot better for that. So using it as like a plot point for a single case, fine. Using it as like a small aspect of the entire thing, maybe a little tiring. But here it was really good. I just like that we got to see more of the Japanese characters because I feel like they didn't get a lot of attention last time. And I hope that if we do a game 3, it's like mostly set in Japan, so we can like all get like mostly the Japanese characters, like I forget his name, the inspector that like was the butler, and then also just like disguised himself as just like a generic swimmer. I thought that was like really good, and it was cool that he was like a returning character, and I hope that if they do a third game, it's like he becomes the gumshoe of the game. That'd be great. I would love that a lot. Alright, so here we go into case 2-2. So I didn't really care for 1-4 either, and I think this mostly just boils down to I don't really think Natsume is a super interesting character overall. That said, I did like Mr. Shakespeare in the park. He was actually a lot of fun. We kind of just it was a bit of a retread because it was neat though seeing like a follow-up to a previous case. I will give it that. There's some interesting twists that the game tries to really hard to make you question if they are real. Yeah, like the whole soap eating thing. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I was like really thinking like, wait, are we actually in soap here? This is Phoenix Wright. Someone could be eating soap. I wouldn't know. It's possible. I wouldn't bat an eye at someone eating soap in Phoenix Wright. But yeah, there was like some small bits in this one. The order of events was where I kind of had some issue. He accuses Shamspear of a crime without any motive or means established. Yeah, it was the way that the trial portion progressed that was kind of weird. It's like, for once, the lawyer like accuses someone without presenting the evidence first. Like usually it feels like often Phoenix Wright will slowly get at it's like, wait, we're presenting this evidence. Wait, this happening. That means this guy has to have done it. You're the guilty party. But in here it's like, nah, man, you're super fucking guilty. I'll figure it out later, but you're definitely guilty. And I don't know, maybe that fits with his character. It still felt kind of weird from a gameplay perspective to be doing it that way. It was like kind of felt a little strange to handle the case like that, in my opinion. But yeah, Shamspear was really funny. I liked him a lot though. Yeah, shoot first, ask questions later case. Exactly. And that kind of felt a little odd. It was different at least, but it just, yeah. Naruhodo seems to accuse Shamspear of a crime without any motive or means established. It made sense from the player's perspective, because like you, by this point, if you were paying attention and you're looking at the evidence stuff, yeah, of course he is. But it's just like, it felt like Naruhodo turned into the player, and I don't think that should have happened. He shouldn't have that knowledge yet. You know, it's nice that like maybe they kind of respected the player a bit, and one could argue to be like, yeah, well, of course this would have happened here. Fine, you go present your evidence and jump to the conclusion that you wanted to do this whole time. But I don't know. It was just, yeah. Now, 2-3 on the other hand, this one was a lot of fun. I like the setting of this one a lot. It's going back into like the weird, definitely not sci-fi because it's not that kind of world territory like the time travel thing. That said, you know, at least for me, it was like, okay, well, we know this is probably fake, but is it? And especially after you play 2-5, it's like, could it have been real? Maybe. But I think this just worked a lot better than like the obviously fake time travel plot. I think it's a little easier to, like, this feels more like one of the magic show or trick mysteries that they've done. This feels closer to like whatever it was, this one, 6-2, or like even a 4-3 or something like that. It feels like that. It lets of like, okay, this is obviously fake sci-fi in a world that doesn't have sci-fi, and more like, okay, this guy performed a magic trick. What the hell was the trick and how was it done? And then not to mention like all the other plot that like progressed around it, of the whole bomb thing that went off and like how they got trapped in there. It felt almost like there's some aspects in there of like the kind of things I would see in a case 5, like at the climax of the game's plot. Not here in a 2-3, but no, it was really good. I like the setting and the crime was really creative. Yeah, the plan was made by Lermachers. Yeah, so it really was just it ended up being just another like magic trick type plot, but it was a really fun one. It was definitely a good one. So yeah, that was just a really good case overall, I think. Now this is where it gets kind of weird because 4 in this one, 4 is down here mainly because this feels like the first half of case 5. In any other Phoenix Wright game, this would have been the first half of case 5 because usually case 5 is like 2 cases in one. It's super duper long. They actually split it up here and turn it into case 4, but because of that, almost nothing happens in the actual case itself. This feels like it's just total setup for case 5. I don't really know why this was split up. Maybe it's just to make the game have 5 episodes, just like the first one, so they can have an even 10. But it really did feel like it didn't need to be split in the first place, I think. But, I mean, there was a lot of plot here. Like, otherwise it was really good. It was super important to the overall plot. Again, it was set up for case 5, which is definitely a high point in the entire series. But on its own, it just felt kind of like, yeah, okay, nothing really happens here. But hey, you know what? It's important to the plot, so that's fine. And that's why we get to case 5 here, which is probably like one of the greatest finales because they somehow managed to take 2 games with a connected plot, and instead of making a 5-case game and plot, they made a 10-case game and plot, or 9.5, you know, after all the things I just said about 4, in my opinion. I'm confused where it's split like the whole trial is Gregson said. Yeah, but like nothing is really resolved is the problem. Like, yeah, Gregson is dead, but he's still dead in case 5, and that it still connects to everything that happens in 5 in a very direct way where it feels like this shouldn't have been split. Yeah, like it shouldn't have been split. There was no reason for the split. Yeah, and having the detective murder was certainly new. I was not expecting that. I was like, there's no way Gregson's gonna actually, like, I would never expect them to kill off Gregson like that. Kind of sucks they did. I like them. But yeah, like the overarching plots in case 4 were fine. There was reveals surrounding like the case from 10 years ago. It kind of like turned into like a 1-4 scenario where it's like this case from like a decade ago is now relevant again. Here's all the evidence supporting that case and why it's relevant. But like you don't use half that evidence in case 4. That's all for case 5. So it's like it really does feel like it was the first part of 2-5, but for some reason they wanted to split it up arbitrarily. It didn't feel like it was a natural split. There was nothing that happens in case 4 on its own volition that applies to case 4, I feel. Yeah, where did it split? Because it seemed like a constant. Exactly. That's my thing. It's like, that's why I feel like this shouldn't have been a 2-4. Because like if we were to, like the reason why it's in B, if this was a one case with 5, it would both be an A. But if the game is splitting it up into its own case, its own episode. And this tier list is about rating each case/episode as its own individual thing. And as a standalone thing, if you were to just jump in this game and only play 2-4, you are not going to get a standalone plot like you would with like most other cases. Because all it is just going to end on a cliffhanger and lead straight into case 5. Like nothing happened. The start of case 5 might as well just be the next chapter of case 4, as far as I'm concerned. So that's why it's kind of weird, but you know, it's fine. You know, that's how they wanted to do it. That's okay. Because, you know, case 5 happened and we get one of the best finales in the entire series. I really like, Strongheart isn't quite as good as like a Von Karma or a what's his name from 1-5, the police chief. He's not quite as good as that, but he was still really good. Him being the judge was crazy. That kind of reminded me of how you had to like face off against the queen of Korean for a little bit there, and she's like literally rewriting the laws as you're doing the trial. Meanwhile, Strongart's like, I'm the judge. I'm in charge of the log here. I can do whatever the fuck I want, and there's nothing you could do about it. And like everyone's like, yeah, no, there really isn't anything we can do about this, is there? So it felt really good. Yeah, Gant, Chief Gant. It felt a lot like him, but like whereas Gant didn't really have any power because he's just the police chief and not like the judge or like the supreme minister of justice or whatever he was in this game. But he did such a good job tying everything together. Now, that all said, so this is where it's gonna get weird, and let me explain why this game is here before anyone gets mad. Because yes, the game 2 is the more interesting game plot-wise, but it only works because game 1 exists. As a standalone, these payoffs are so much better if you play game 1 first, and game 1 has such a good like setup that overall as an individual title, I liked 1 a little more than 2 for that. As a combination, if we were to make this into one game, for sure it should be up here. But these are 2 different games, so if you were to like put them separately like this, that's why, like as an individual Ace Attorney game, it only works because game 1 exists, in my opinion. It's kind of like how, you know, you have, you know, Endwalker in Final Fantasy XIV, a terrible expansion on its own. Doesn't make any sense. The only reason it works is because it's payoff for like the last like 300 hours of plot before it. That's just the kind of game Ace Attorney 2 or Great Ace Attorney 2 is. It's the resolution to the first game. And you have to kind of treat them as one game, but they're not one game. They're 2 games. So they're going in 2 different spots on this tier list. And that's my reasoning for this. But yes, the resolve to the first game, it is amazing as like as a partner to the first game. But as a standalone game, I didn't like it as much because the Clouded Kokoro memoirs, kind of whatever. Case 4, pretty much in my opinion doesn't exist. There is no Case 4. It's just Case 3 and then Case 5 Part 1 and Case 5 Part 2. Case 4 is a standalone, just like, that was so weird to see like that. But yeah, both games together, really, really good. Like, so here's our final tier lists for this one. Here's our actual game rankings here. I will see if I can put these images on Discord or something. I don't know if I can actually. They might be too big. I might have to compress them quite a bit. But yeah, I honestly, any of these games, I would love a sequel to. I would be so down for a 3rd game with Junosuke. I'd be totally okay with that. You know, going into it, I was like, I wasn't sure, because it's like, man, it's not Phoenix Wright, it's not Apollo even, it's not even Athena. It's like this new guy, and it's like the 1800s. But I'd be totally down for a 3rd game of Great Ace Attorney, maybe one set in Japan. I'd be totally down for another investigations game, maybe one with like Black Quill, and it plays off of like a lot of the characters from the Apollo trilogy. Or, you know, just a straight up another normal ass Phoenix Wright game. Give us that too. That'd be perfectly fine as well. And that's the neat thing. It's like all of these 3 different like branches of this series all work really well, and I think I'd like any of them to be continued. And then here's our cases. That's just how bad this case was. It gets its own tier. This would have been a 3-tier list if it wasn't for fucking Big Top Turnabout, Turnabout Big Top being like as shitty as it is. And it's gonna stay in that shame corner for all I care. It's where it belongs. Kazuma and Barak investigation? Yo, Great Ace Attorney investigations? Now that's a combination I like to hear. That would be really good. Actually, that would be so good. Yeah, I just want to see more of like Kazuma, like have Barak come back. Maybe the next Great Ace Attorney could have like 2 prosecutors. That'd be new. We've never seen that before. Like in the sense that like, yes, okay, there's always like the final boss prosecutor in an Ace Attorney game. But I just mean like 2 prosecutors working together. The way Kazuma worked in the final case, it felt so much like the player. Like, it really felt like you were on the opposite side playing against Phoenix Wright, because he was just like constantly putting out evidence in the same bullshit way that like you as the defense attorney do in the games. And it was like, it felt like I was seeing things from the other side. It was so good. I hope if Kazuma becomes like the mainstay lawyer of the next game or something, like if he just plays like that, it's like, yeah, here's all this evidence. Here's my bullshit theory, and here's the evidence supporting it. Take that. It really felt like it was like you're playing against yourself. It was the Ditto fight of the game. I too wish for a TGA 3, but 2 did. Yeah, 2 ended on a very good note. Like, but so did like Spirit of Justice. Like, they every time they end one of these games, I think they end them really well. And the reason for that being is like they have their plot, they see it through. There is a conclusion to the characters. But they don't put them in a situation that's like, oh yeah, well, it doesn't make sense for them to ever come back. It doesn't make sense for us to make another game. But at the same time, they're not just like sequel baiting either. It's like, this is where they are. We are content with this situation. Here's where everyone's at. If we make another game, yeah, okay, there's reasons again. There's a lot of things you can play off of here, but we don't need to. It's perfectly fine. It works out well. Like, yeah, Apollo is just happily now being a lawyer in Kurin. Sure, why not? But if you were to make a game 7, you know what you could do? Apollo comes back. Now you see him as doing cases in Kurin again. You can take back some of the mechanics from Spirit of Justice and have Apollo now handle all that stuff. Or have him come back and visit America again. Game 3 was like, okay, like Naruhodo and Susato went back to Japan. Okay, well they go on, continue happily fine eventually, and that's why we got Phoenix Wright in the future. Or it's like now they're in Japan again. Maybe we can see more of the characters they established there. Like, there's a lot of ideas, but it doesn't ever feel like that none of them are nothing is unresolved. Everything feels like it works out at the end, and I like that. It's like, if they do a sequel, great. If they don't, whatever. Yeah. Four was weird. See, that's the thing. Is like 4 just felt like they wanted a new character. I think the story I heard about 4 was that Shu wanted to make Apollo. He didn't want Phoenix Wright at all. And I think like Capcom was like, no, you got to put Phoenix Wright in here, man. Can't just make a Phoenix Wright game without Phoenix Wright after all. And that's why Phoenix felt so weird in that game. And I think that's just partially why that game just doesn't work, in my opinion, at all. Is because it's like, it feels like a Phoenix Wright focus game, but you're not playing as Phoenix Wright. You're playing as this other guy that no one cares about. And there's more time spent on like resolving why Phoenix was disbarred for no reason, really. Let's be real here. That was character assassination of the highest degree. There's no reason for him to be disbarred like that. It's just like, it came out of nowhere. And it's like, okay, we're jumping ahead 10 years and suddenly Phoenix Wright's not a lawyer for some reason, and now he's just like kind of an asshole. Yeah, playing piano and playing cards in a bar. Like, wow, sure. That's cool. It would have just been better if he just wasn't in that game, which I'm sure was probably the idea. Like, then we could have gone a proper Apollo game. It would be perfectly fine. People could have whined and cried all they wanted about a lack of Phoenix Wright, but they would have gotten used to him, I'm sure. Would have worked a lot better, I think. A Dual Destinies, so I know I mean, you're just coming in here, so you obviously don't know. I did put it down here, yes. That is as a holistic experience. I'll have you know that a lot of its cases are up here in A and B. I like Dual Destinies cases. I just, as a holistic experience from a gameplay perspective, from the way the plot was handled perspective, I hated it. There was like no investigation. It was very bare bones compared to previous games. The plot was really good. It was just structured extremely poorly. It felt like Athena got a full story arc that Apollo didn't. Black Quill got a proper storyline. Bobby was a bit of a weird like villain. Like there was no reason for him to be the villain with the way that he was handled. He would have just been a perfectly fine new detective. We could have left it at that. But they made him the villain for some reason. That never made too much sense to me, because it's like it came out of nowhere for nothing. It's like, oh shit, we forgot to make a villain here. We're making this plot and we didn't put a villain in the game. Oh, and then the whole like Dark Age of the Law, which was constantly mentioned, but it didn't feel like it meant anything. Because apparently, like, Phoenix resolved it when he became a lawyer again or something. It all started when he presented one piece of false evidence. That was kind of pointless, in my opinion. But, you know, Athena's and Blackwell's plot's great. Really good job on those. The cases themselves, pretty good. They had their ups and downs. But as a holistic experience, like, man, this kind of sucks, I think. As Barman did make sense though, like, yeah, prosecutors use false evidence time, but prosecutors tested differently from... Well, sure, but it's just, I think the way it was handled just felt out of nowhere, in my opinion. Yeah, Bobby being the villain does hit well emotionally, for sure. It felt like, it's like there was no hint of a villain. I think it would have worked so much better if there was like some hints or foreshadowing that maybe something else was afoot. Not necessarily Bobby, but just like, maybe be like, okay, anytime you see him in a crime scene, it's like something happens, but you don't really make the connection that it was him, but just something occurs right around the time, because like apparently he was there the whole time behind the scenes doing all the things, but we don't ever see him do that. He just tells us in, I was there, I'm the villain. It's like, okay, well, that's unfortunate. Kind of wish you weren't the villain. I liked you. But it just like, I think it would have been so much more fun if maybe he had like some, there was like something, like some strange things going on or something that like hinted at you thinking like, okay, someone's doing something here. But you don't necessarily need to make the connection because it's until the end when it's like, oh shit, yeah, of course, Bobby was there anytime something weird happened. Yeah. Case 2 is foreshadowing. The Ghost Lady calls him a ghost, which is kind of foreshadowing to Bobby's death and the current Bobby being a ghost is sweet. That's true. There is a little bit of that, but that's like one moment. We need more of that, I think, in my opinion. I just, it felt kind of blindsided, but yeah, Bobby was cool. Like, fake or real Bobby, doesn't matter. He was still really cool. And I liked him as a detective. I wish we got to keep him as a detective, honestly. But hey, you want Emma's better in 6 than she was in 4. And I don't even remember if she was in 5. I think she was in 5 a little. No, she wasn't in 5. She was in 4, and then Bobby replaces her, and then she comes back in 6. But she was definitely better in 6 than 4, for sure. Yeah, case 4 he does. That's the spaceship one. Yeah, like he has like a complete personality change, and that's when you like discover like, okay, what's going on here. But by that point, it's so late in the plot. To me, it just doesn't feel like anything. It's like, yeah, you could have maybe done this a little earlier or something, or like had some remorse, especially if you're going to do the whole jumbled timeline thing. Like, I think they could have done a better job with the messed up timeline. It's not that that sort of storytelling doesn't work, it's just that this game, it didn't work, in my opinion. But I like a lot of Game 5. Like, as easy as it was, and despite the holistic thing being so far down on my list, I liked a lot of it, and I liked a lot of the plot lines in it. I liked a lot of the cases in it. And some of my favorite cases in the series up here. Like, we got 5-5, 5-3, 5-6 was really good. But when you tie it all together and you're trying to turn it into like a full game, it's like, yeah, this wasn't working too well. Especially case 1 being the first case, 5-1 being the 5-1 it is. I really don't think should have been 5-1. And I was told to play them in a different order, and I'm so glad I listened to that. Playing the DLC in the middle, I think we did like, what was it, 5-1, 2, 6, 3, 4? Or like 5-1, so like 1, 2, 3, 6, or was it 6, 3? I can't remember. 4 and then 5 at the end did help a little bit. But it still like led to the real, I mean, if it wasn't for the fact I would have had to split up case 4 into 2 parts and then play one in between, that would have been just weird. And I think that just proves how weird the plot was. The fact that like case 1 takes place in between, halfway in between like another case entirely, just seems awkward to me. But yeah, the case are going 2, 3 DLC, have a 40-hour. Yeah, I think we did 3 first and then DLC. I'd have to check the playlist on YouTube for that, but yeah, it was something like that. It was just really awkward. I'm glad I listened to that. It definitely, I think it helped a little bit, but yeah, it just, I don't know, messy plot presentation in it. It wasn't a terrible game by any means, and I see why people liked it overall for sure, but the aspects I liked about Phoenix Wright were missing, and the plot was just kind of confusing to begin with. But yeah, no, this was I'm so glad I finally played through this series. I played through like the first 2 games and like half of game 3 years and years ago, and then I just never played any of the others for some reason. But this was like the perfect time. We finally got to play through everything. They all had very, very good collections and remasters available, so they have no excuse now. They have to make a new game. They can't just be like, oh, well, no one knows the series anymore. No, they have to make a new game now. Unless they're going to, like, tease us and be like, oh, we're making another Phoenix Wright. And then it just turns out to be a fucking Versus remaster, which, yes, I'm a little afraid of that. I love Versus, but, like, god damn it, that game doesn't matter to the plot. We have the whole plot here. Give us something new. But yes, a Versus remaster is definitely not impossible. It's the one thing they're missing. And that means if they do that, we're going to be waiting another decade before they even consider a Game 7. But yeah, first we need Steam Age to come out, then AA7. Well, Layden isn't Capcom. Layden's level 5. So whatever they're doing does not matter to Capcom. I thought for sure that it was right time to pick, like, to make a teaser for an Ace Attorney game at, like, back in June. I thought for sure they were going to reveal something like a Nintendo Direct. I think they still can. I don't know if anything is in the works. Apparently there was like some presentation or something that leaked from like 2020 saying that Ace Attorney 7 was like being worked on, but that was 6 years ago. Who knows what happened to that? The thing I'm holding out for, and then the positive spin I'm putting on this, is the reason they're taking so long is they want to have like a proper trilogy similar to Great Ace Attorney, where it's like 3 games or even just 2 games that actually connect to each other. They want like a full plot line between multiple games, and so they want to make sure they're all in a good position to release close to each other. The reality is they're probably just they scrapped whatever they were working on before, and there's not anything being worked on at this moment anymore, unfortunately. That's probably the reality of the situation. It's going to just become AA7 is just going to become the next Half-Life 3. We're going to get a Half-Life 3 before we get Ace Attorney 7. But oh well, it's okay. We have what we have, and you know what? In the meantime, I've actually come across, since playing through this series, I've come across a number of indie games that are taking the formula in their own spin. So maybe at some point, perhaps I'll stream some of those. Not right now, because we played a lot of Ace Attorney over the last couple of years. I think I'm all Ace Attorney'd out for the time being. But that's not to say, you know, if I decide I want to stream another one, I'll consider one of those. There's a few that I have in my list of games that they look pretty good. So if anyone has any other Ace Attorney-like games, courtroom drama-esque games, they don't even have to necessarily play exactly like Ace Attorney with like the investigation portion and all that, but you know, just anything like it. Let me know. Maybe I'll consider it at some point in the future. But I have a few already in mind. So if we want more Ace Attorney, it's there. It does exist. I don't know how good it is, but it's there. Half-Life 3, Yandere Simulator, A7, some other 4th game. Games that'll never be released. I mean, that's what they said about Duke Nukem Forever. Remember when that was the butt of the joke? Back in the early 2000s? I remember that. Everyone's like, we're never getting Duke Nukem Forever. That was the big game. You know, this was before Half-Life 3 was really in consideration. People actually thought Half-Life 3 was coming out because, like, Half-Life 2 just launched. But no, Duke Nukem Forever was, like, the big ones. Like, we're never getting that. And eventually we did, unfortunately. Nah, GTA 6 was inevitable. I don't think anyone actually believed we were never getting GTA 6. There's no way. See, unlike GTA 6, Half-Life 3 and Duke Nukem Forever were not billion-dollar money makers. Of course there was going to be a GTA 6. It'd be crazy not to. What else is Rockstar going to make? Fucking Ping Pong 2? No way. Of course they're not. You want them to. They're not going to do it. But, no, I don't know. Maybe we'll get an Ace Attorney 7. I think they've mentioned before how they care about past titles, and I don't think you put in the effort to localize 3 games for the first time. So, I mean, technically speaking, we did get new games. We got Investigations 2, we got the Great Ace Attorney duology. To us English speakers, those are new games. I mean, yeah, the fan translations existed for both of those for sure. But, you know, for the broader gaming spectrum here, those are new games. So if you don't put money into localizing games like that for the first time, if you don't plan on continuing the series, not to mention they've mentioned that they want to continue the series, not to mention that they care about some of their older, like more obscure, non-mainstay titles like Monster Hunter and Resident Evil. They didn't mention Ace Attorney specifically in that statement, but you know, I'm sure it was like considered as part of it. I think a new Ace Attorney will come. It's just a matter of when, not if, at this point. Great Ace Attorney was not in North America, though. Those games were never translated back in the day because the Sherlock Holmes licensing bullshittery was still in effect, and they couldn't really do it at the time. So it took them so long. That was one of the reasons. It's probably that, and also the fact it was like so. It didn't really. It was too Japanese or something. I don't remember what the other reason was, but I think the main one was like Sherlock Holmes. They couldn't really do it. It was like the copyright was too weird. We didn't get Great Ace Attorney 1. That was Japanese only. I'm looking this up now. There's no way I'm wrong about that. Yeah. It was only the original game, according to Wikipedia, was released on Nintendo 3DS in Japan on July 9th, 2015, and that's it. It had a port to Android and iOS 2 years later, in Japan only, and that's it. We did not see that game until this duology that we just finished playing. Yes, there was a fan translation of it, but I don't count that. Wikipedia says there was no English release on 3DS. Same with Investigations 2. There was no English release on the DS. That game, I don't know why it was never released. I think it was just because it came out too close to the 3DS. And it's the classic case of like, it's a cross-gen, last game of its generation. And it would take too long and not be worth the money to localize and release elsewhere. Tale as old as time. Yeah, you're probably confused with the fan translation, which, I mean, you know, to be fair, that was a way most people experienced it. I don't even know if there was a fan translation properly for 2. There might have been. Probably was. But yeah, 3 games that are essentially new. You don't put in that kind of effort and money to translate that kind of stuff if you don't plan on continuing the series, let alone, you know, just porting an entire series like this to the degree that they did. You can play every single Ace Attorney game on every current platform right now if you want to. Every single one, except Layden, but whatever. At least the Capcom only ones, the ones that count as far as anyone's concerned. They're all available on every modern system. They mean to continue this. They have to. There's no way they don't. So I'm hoping they do. But in the meantime, it was a fun playthrough. I enjoyed it all. I'm sad it's over, but I'm also excited to move on to something else. That something else being, there is one more game that we didn't play by Shu Takumi that I think deserves being played. And then while there is another full, like, let's call it a marathon, series marathon, similar to this, that I do want to do after that game, because this game's short, so it'll only take like maybe a couple streams I'm expecting at most. There's another series that we'll be playing right after. It's another kind of adventure visual novel series that has like gameplay as well, similar to Ace Attorney. But it's very different. It's a completely different thing, but just like similar amount of balance between like active gameplay and visual novel parts. But before we do that series, there is one more title, and I think you can guess what it is because there's only really one other title that he's known for. I don't even know if he's made any other games besides this one. And I would have played it tonight. I had it all set up and ready to go, but I wasn't sure how long this was going to take. Apparently, we spent 3 hours on this tier list. It's now like 1 a.m. here. But yes, the next game is indeed Ghost Trick. I have never played that. I never saw it, actually, in person as a copy available on DS back in the day. There's a lot of games on DS that I just missed out on because they just didn't sell copies of them wherever I went. It just didn't exist. I don't recall ever seeing a copy of Ghost Trick on any shelf anywhere back when the DS was new. I might have seen a copy lying around like in a used game shop, but that's different. So yes, we will be playing Ghost Trick. It is the PC remaster version, kind of similar to these actually. And yes, that game uses the RE engine. I was not expecting that. That was like the weirdest thing to appear. Sometimes you just get like the weirdest like intro splash screens on a video game, and that's definitely up there. It's like, well, did I boot the right game? Did I not like accidentally boot like Resident Evil or something? They're telling me they use the RE engine to port fucking Phantom Trick to the computer. Why? What purpose that serve? Does the Ace Attorney games run on RE? I mean, maybe. It makes sense, sure, from a technical perspective. You have a very versatile engine. You can do whatever the hell you want with it. That's not a problem. I know how this stuff works. I just wasn't expecting it to be that way. So, yeah, looks interesting. I'm excited to be playing that. Yes, Missile the dog, it was referenced. I think it's just like a name he uses for dogs. I don't think there's anything deeper to think about it, but yes, Missile is the name of a dog, of a Pomeranian in both Ghost Trick and Ace Attorney 1. I don't believe there's a connection, especially considering that Ace Attorney 1, it was released years before Phantom Trick. I don't know if it was just like, maybe it's one of his dogs. Maybe he just thought it was a good name for a dog. I don't know. But yeah, it's just there is a dog named Missile in both games. I'm sure if he was to make another game that wasn't Ace Attorney related and had a dog, there's a good chance it probably is also going to be named Missile. So, but yes, it's more of a puzzle game than a visual novel from what I understand. So we'll see what that's like. I do like me some good old-fashioned puzzle games, especially the way that the trailer made these ones look. But that's going to be our next Tuesday stream for next, I want to say like 1 or 2 streams. It seems like How Long to Beat says 12 hours, so I'm expecting like 1 or 2 streams, maybe 3 tops, to play through it. And then we'll move on to another visual novel slash interactive gameplay experience series that spans multiple titles. And I think it's only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 games in that series, I believe. I have them all sitting here. I think it's only 4. So we'll be playing that too. That's gonna be our next like big Tuesday playthrough stuff. But yes, this is gonna be it for today and for Ace Attorney as a whole. I'll see if I can put these up somewhere if anyone's actually curious and wants to like see them in detail. Yeah, I mean, D tier didn't really get used, but I'm definitely not. I had to make this. There's no way in hell that this was on the same level as any of these cases. So in the shame corner it stays, as pointless and waste of space as it is. But I'll see if I can find a place, because this image is like fucking huge. So I don't know where I'm gonna be able to put it. But yeah, I'll put these somewhere. It was fun to do this. I don't know if I'll do this for every big series we play through, but this one seemed worth it just because of like how many cases there are and just like how varied everything is, and just it felt right. And it felt right for the series. But yeah, Ace Attorney's done. It took 2 years, but we did it. We played through it all. Now it's time to move on to another big playthrough. Otherwise, everything else will continue as normal. Minecraft will still be Thursdays for the next little bit. Banjo-Kazooie, I'm hoping will come back this Friday, assuming the power doesn't go out again. So that was what stopped me last week. There was no power, so there was no stream. So Banjo Nuts and Bolts will likely be Friday. And we're also done Tevi, which means we're also going to be going back to Ravi Ribby and doing some custom campaign maps that people have made. They're checking out the workshop which I don't think I really did, if at all, last time we played Rabby, aside from like a few visual mods. So we're going to go back to that game for a little bit before we move on to something completely different on Monday. But yes, next week, next Tuesday, the usual stream time, 8 o'clock, we will be starting Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, the other Shu Takumi game that he is known for anyways. I don't know what else he's made beyond that and Ace Attorney. He's probably made other stuff before Ace Attorney. I don't even know if I'd be able to play him because they might not even be in English. But yes, that's what we'll be playing for next little bit, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, I hope everyone enjoyed today. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you next time.